Yeah, boy. Big up yourself, man. Big up yourself. Ah, you are made of that reason this man. You know, I think you start the reason this man if you want. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, now you big up yourself. You're like, showing. It's longer day. Ocho blows in the cat. You're like my take on what Desmond Mackay said. I will say this to you, and you carry yourself and protect yourself. Yeah. Reason things out. Like that. This is my take. I have always said this. Everything that is good for Jamaica and Jamaicans, People's National Party, always search for. Always. No, let me tell this to you, man. government currently two social programs. One is called the Indigent House, which is run out of the Ministry of Local Government and Welfare, for sure. And one is the Hope House program, which is run by the Office of Prime Minister. Two different programs. The Indigent House program are government land of those persons to live in. I do not know the intricacies of the indigent house program, but the poor house program, which is run by the Office of the Prime Minister, are house built on persons' land given to persons to live in. Now, when government gives you a house, I don't expect the government is gonna give somebody a house to live. They're gonna rent it out to somebody and they're gonna sell it. That is unacceptable whether indigent house or poor house. It is unacceptable that the government find you living in a certain condition. They went through the trouble of finding you building your house and you're going to rent it out. It is unacceptable. Now, as I said before, I am sure I don't know the intricacies of the indigent house, but I know the poor house is given to persons, not lent to them, not leased to them, not sold to them. But and I'm sure you can do it. You can simply do some research and add information. It doesn't take time. But again, I will tell you this. Anything you see that is good for Jamaica, PMP will always be. They will always find a way to try and tear it down, and that's what they do best. Okay? That is action and the PMP. So the fact that they're going off on the Hope Post program is just proof of how good it is for Jamaica. They went after the state of emergency that was saving lives. That's just how good it was for Jamaica. They went after the Edward Seattle. He was good for Jamaica. They went after Bruce. He was good for Jamaica. And they were going after Andy. Any cover, hold out, sorry, screen record. You go up and say, what's over on YouTube? Also live on YouTube, because you will but whatever is being good for Jamaica, the PMP will always. Jamaica moves, one of the greatest initiatives ever started by a minister of health. Stop until they find a way to tear it down. Right? Every program this government tried to implement to benefit the Jamaica and Jamaican people always been against. So, they have always been against. So it's not surprising to me that they are now putting all their energy behind one of the greatest programs to have ever been conceptualized. What I want to prove that they were in power for 18 years. Where is the house for them give to Jamaican people so they could have even take it back? Tell them to show the one that they lent out and they tell them to show us the house that they built, gave to the poorer class of people. Tell them to show us the house. Right? But we don't do that. That's the fact that they are going to destroy means that it is good for in person, you can put a thought together. Do no research. You don't need to listen to me. In fact, I encourage people doing their own research, finding their own answers. Tell me if I'm wrong or I'm right. But again, I dare any comment 18 and a half years in court. Show us the house. Show us the house. Show us the house that they built and handled within 18 years. That's what I want. And I'm not talking about food for the poor food. I know people who build burgers better than food. I'm not knocking them that they serve a purpose. But show us the house that you keep away. And let's not forget what you did to the indigent people in Jamaica when your government pick up the poor and don't shine off on the street, pepper spray them, tie them up, throw them in a truck, and go dump them in a mud. So if we don't want to discuss houses for the and government giving something for the people, you can come here, show us what you did when you had the chance, and show us how this government is going to chance. Anything beyond that conversation, I don't want to have it. You led PMP led Jamaica undisturbed for 18 and a half years. Show us what you did. Show us the house. Give us the picture of PJ climbing up the hill. Show us the picture of PJ rolling up in pants to walk across water to give people a better living condition. Show us that. Show us PJ depending hand climbing up one rocky terrain. We go hand over house. People who need it. Any conversation, we're not into that. We're not happy. But Mark, I hope I answer your question. No, no. Dan, if I my PM speech, my PM around my PM decided say the government want back Spanish town. Thank you, brother man. We want back Spanish town. The Prime Minister of Jamaica decided this government will not allow Spanish town to be controlled. Oh, let me play this one first. Which would suggest that somehow this program is giving them and taking them back. It's despicable. And you know why it's despicable? Because it was specifically crafted delivering what benefit to the people of the trying to tear down this program. But you know what? This plastic even people who will usually ascribe intelligence, people who are well read, people who are educated, but not overcome their biases, would have seen the stupid social media.
which has led experience in my across the board. I spent quite a bit of resources and my own time trying to resolve the problems of operation, whether the unfinished lots that were supposed to be sold or given to the person, where the piping was not complete, or where they had actually put up the plots and handed them over with no documentation versus moved on the land internet, no roads, no infrastructure. This is not that good. And I will not allow those persons to use false information to undermine a good so that they can get the political power to come and do what they did with programs such as operation. But they had the power, total destruction in the housing sector.
Total.
It was an unmitigated disaster. When we go back and look at instances like the was being run with scandal after scandal and a minor corruption, an entity that under their watch, every time they reported to Parliament, it operated at a loss. And you wonder, where was this money coming from when people were actually getting so I do see where
Well, I them, man. I said, let me pause this. Let me pause this, man. I said this to you again. Desmond Martins speak on the indigent house Prime Minister operate. Pope House. Two different ministries, two different groups. Okay? The indigent houses are built on government land. The poor houses, people have to provide. Build. The difference is clear. If I build a house on your land, can I come and take up the PNB food? Can I come and take up the house later? Local government and central government. Thank you. Simple. Easy people.
Check before.
Check before. You hear that, man? That's what I was saying with the Prime Minister. Check before. But again, man, I can tell you this. Whatever you see the PNP against, it is good for Jamaica. PNP support nothing that will benefit Jamaica. Nothing at all. Now, again, let me add now that the Prime Minister, not today, not yesterday, has set out on a plan to take back Spanish Town from the gang. We see just yesterday, the day before, two more gang leaders were taken by the police. And I, for one, this blogger right here, you see, is in full support of the Jamaican Constitution. Full support. And the Prime Minister will give them in no uncertain terms. You're either going to meet the judge or the maker. So far, we put two of the biggest one before the judge and two other the maker. So you realize we're not telling lies, we're not making false promises. We have seen where business confidence is coming back to the old capital. Restaurants of Jamaica is expanding. Popeyes, the LOJ shopping center, well, it's not the old LOJ anymore. To the PNP, the LOJ no longer exists. But the Spanish Town shopping center is now getting a faith, and more stores are moving inside. Business that were once destroyed, they have far more resources now, far more. Business that were once destroyed in the old capital because of guns, gangs, and extortionists are now finding a new peace and life. People who used to be afraid to go home at night, well, them still afraid, but they're working perfect yet. But as they wake up their head over there and say, done, the Jamaica can't stop them, most will be there. The brand new state of the art police headquarters is now being constructed. When that is finished, it will usher in a new era of security in the seconds in the old capital. Why Marcus can't move there, right? It will open up a new era of security and confidence in second in the old capital. Right? So the government is making progress. The Jamaica Constabulary forces and the business community. And people are always punished on. I mean, let me encourage people now. You're living in that area and you are business minded. Now is the time to get on board. If you look for a piece of place where you want to rent and start something, now is the time. Don't wait until everything build up and everything take over. When you start from complaints, say, boy, you see it is only the rich people. If you're living in the Spanish town area, you are a business minded person, like male, female, look at that, you don't want to pick up a class. You want to start by 2 bags of sweet and start up and sell it now. Now is the time. We are taking back Spanish town. I said it before and I will always say it. I remember when Spanish town was just coming up when the new scheme, Ensom City, El Cambio, all of them places just start construction. Those housing were some of the most exciting fields. Yeah, man. All right. Right. All of these places were excited when they came and see it. Beautiful place. But Spanish Town, under the 18 years of the PNP, was allowed to be overrun. And then now, PNP, not only did they allow the dance to take over Spanish, but they literally funded them to continue wreaking their mayhem and Spanish Town, as was uncovered in the recent Planksman trial. And the Spanish Town Municipal was paying the dance $1 million per month. So not only did the People's National Party, who wrote the book on corruption, allow the dance to read about in Spanish Town, they literally funded them when they were busy burning down people's place. Remember, Phil Hardware was quoted when they were busy doing stuff like that. PMP was busy funding them $1 million per month to the dance. Now, if they were giving, say, a school in Spanish Town $1 million, what difference would that have been? If they were contributing $1 million to the cleaning up of Spanish Town, if they were giving the police station in Spanish Town extra $1 million, say both and five, do you think that would have made that difference? I think it would. But what do I? I think it would. But what do I know? What? The days that sleeping with your door open is coming. But I feel like it will. And when you can't sleep with your door open, I have to pray. Because no government nowhere in the world will ever read anywhere of court criminally. They go, this have one people. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Peter Murdoch is a fisherman. Right? So when it comes to national security, the achievement of this Jamaica Labour Party is second, none. When it comes to national security, achievement of this Jamaica Labour Party is second to none. We have we have had the largest and most strategic investment in our national security for the past years. More strategic because how is it? They have invested in the human capital at the JC. They have invested in the comfort and the members. That's why they have retrofitted or rebuilt over 150 police stations. We have 4 major police posts now under construction. 3 of them in Westmoreland. Remember, Westmoreland had police station at the bottom was literally falling out. Policemen have to be skipping and jumping. Westmoreland, which was one of the most loyal parish to the king, had police station that was still standing and posting. This government started the construction of 3 police stations, 2 regular stations, and 1 police headquarters. There's a police headquarters now under construction. Vanished out of it. And that is not counted in the well over 150. We have our very first smart police station. Gone are the days when police servicemen have to be sharing the same bathroom with the criminal when they die. Marshall, I could start with the $1 billion team of Spanish. And then we could talk with the money where people are collecting about paper back. Those are the, if you want to start a conversation, let us start. Right? But that is the largest investment and more strategic. Where Spanish one? Somebody tell me the exact location where they just forget. I should give the exact location. But it is the police headquarters that is being constructed. When that is finished, it will usher in a new era of security. Apart from the stations, the Jamaica Constabulary Force has received over 1,500 new vehicles since 2016. 1,500 new vehicles has been delivered to the Jamaica Constabulary Force since 2016. In 18 years in office, the PNP bought a quota of 200 vehicles for the Jamaica. 18 years in office, and they bought a total of 200 vehicles. And I think another 50 vehicles was donated. Well, yeah, man, that report that is can be taken. Yeah. Yes, under the PNP government for 18 years, total of 250 vehicles Two of them by the government, 200 by the government, and 50 was donated. And that is 18 years. 18 years. But still, 8 years, 9 years, we have gone over 1,500 people. Nowadays, there is not a police station in Jamaica that don't have a police. Now, what I see that PNP members, not just bloggers and social media, ministers, spokespersons, are visiting police stations, going there, probably not seeing a vehicle in there that just see them on a vehicle. There is no police station in the island today that doesn't have one, at least one working service. As I said before, let me repeat again. 8 years in office, 9 years in office, 1,500 people. 18 years in office for the PNP, 250 people was back for the Jamaican Constitution. Under the PNP is 18 years. Police have to be using Kevlar vests and shit. You get one in a night and you put it on and the demon come in and get it. Now, every single member of the Jamaica Constant have access to a Kevlar vest. That is investment in our national security. The policemen and women have been given the largest salary increase they have ever got. Check it out now. PNP in power 18 and a half years. 10 years out of that, they were under wage freeze. The other years when they were under wage freeze, they were getting single digit increase. 10 years out of that, wage freeze. The other years, single digit. 10 years, 9 years in office. The Jamaica Labour Party has given them well over 100%. Some aspect of them get 300% increase on their salary. So they are comfortable in the station and they are comfortable in their pack. Now, could they use more? Of course, they could have reasons like to get the money 100%. But think of where they were and where they are. Of course, they still have some very, very ungrateful members of the constabulary force because they still have members in there that are PLP first and police second. They still have members in there that are PLP first and then police second. You have that. But if you check people and you have them give your honest assessment, majority of the police officers I have spoken to will tell you that this is the best they have ever been treated. Yes, because even the courts have been putting brand new detectors to scan for guns, drugs, and all sorts of paraphernalia coming in. The Coast Guard has been given 7 new vessels. New jet, yes. 7 new vessels for the Coast Guard. When the Jamaica Labour Party office in 2016, the Coast Guard, the persons charged with patrolling our waters, had one mid-range boat that broke down every other week. Remember, one mid-range boat that broke down every other week. That is what the Jamaica Labour Party inherited at the Coast Guard. Today they have 7 brand new vessels. All 7 of them are taxpayers' money. We have 22 speedboats on order to be delivered later this year. Taxpayers' money, like that. Taxpayers' money, right? Our investment in national security is unchallenged. Again, make we compare 18 years in office by the PNP, 250 cars. 50 of them was done. 8 years in office by the Jamaican Labour Party, 1,500 vehicles. Every single one of them bought with taxpayers' money. 18 years in office by the PNP, one little mid-range boat for the Coast Guard. 8 years in office by the Jamaica Labour Party, 7 brand new vessels. Vessels, I should say. Under the People's National Party, when we have forensic tests to be done, we have to send them to Trinidad or to Miami to get forensic work done, which would slow up our investigation for weeks, for months. Under this Jamaica Labour Party, Jamaica now has its own forensic. Under this Jamaica Labour Party government, we now have our very own forensic lab. Under this Jamaica Labour Party government, our training school now trains police officers for several Caribbean countries. So we are now taking back our space in the Caribbean as the leaders that we were, a position that will last under the people. Once again, we are looking to lead Caribbean. The max that says 1 from 10 leave 0 is back. No, many of you too young to remember what that means. 1 from 10 leave 0. That is Caribbean max. All of works will know where it is. But that is Caribbean max for you. 1 from 10 leave 0. So those are the investments in our national security so far. And that is what led to the mass reduction. And I say, we're not celebrating that yet, because that is not right. That is the journey. 1 from 10 Sheikah, leave 0. 1 from 10, leave 0. Older folks, we understand what the Caribbean max. Right. Those investments in our national security has proven fruitful, because crimes like rape and robbery has been down by 80% last year. Yes, rape, robbery has been down, is down by 80% last year. Murders by 90%. Kingman, pick up yourself. Now, contrast to the PNP 18 years, where they presided over the largest increase in murders in the history of this country. When they took office in 1989, the murder rate was 436. After the Edward Seaga administration of 1989, of 1980, brought it from almost 1,000, cut murder rate in this country by 50%. When Seaga took office in 1980, the murder was just under 1,000. And when he handed it over, it was under 5, 430 to be exact, 436. When the People's National Party handed over back the country in 2007, murder in this country went as high as 1,680. Because during their time in Africa, there was no investment. Even attention was paid for our national security. Yes, no attention was paid to our national security. No investment was made. The destruction, the destruction of the financial sector led to a rise and increase in gang activities. It led to an increase in murder. It led to an increase in our indiscipline on the road. The destruction of the financial sector during the FinSAC era led to an increase in gang activity and led to an increase in our discipline on the road. And now there are people wondering, oh, Chuck a type in discipline on the road again. My God, Chuck wicked man. But let me type it. You understand? Coming up out of the 80s, Jamaica used to have the same people, black and yellow taxi. You see, like all taxi in Jamaica used to be black and yellow. They used to be 100% pure Maris Oxford. The young people nowadays don't know Maris Oxford and Maris Marie. Don't know them big. All taxi in Jamaica used to be Maris Oxford. And all them used to be black and yellow. When the PNP and the advisor Mark Wood Ross presided over the destruction of the financial sector. Lots of people, lots of people who get them look pay off and lose them work, buy one car and go on the street or start bus taxi. So within the span of a couple of years, we move from about 100 taxi to about 2,000 taxi because everybody will lose them little work and get them little pay off. First thing come to mind, have to feed the family. So they go buy one little car. Go back to work. So just like what happened in the US dollar crisis, whereby you have too many Jamaican dollars facing too few US dollars, it led to an explosion in the sector. It became the same thing where you have too many taxis now on the road chasing the fuel passengers. The indiscipline on the street increase. You see it? But you never think of it. I bet none of the comrades them never think of that assessment. Yes, that is what will drive the indiscipline. O'Neill said, well, I'm going to pin O'Neill right here. I'm going to pin O'Neill right here. O'Neill, very interesting question on it. O'Neill said, how the jail Peter can go show anything that we can do? Well, O'Neill, the information is there. What do you need? What information and what you need, O'Neill? And I will tell you where to find. O'Neill, just tell me what you need information and then I will tell you where to find. Well, you need stuff to read. So what you're telling me, O'Neill, is what I enjoy. And you're telling me that you don't want to hear me talk. You want proof. So I appreciate that. But information and what you need, and I will tell you where. In fact, you never have to tell. Anything you want to know about something, Google it. Or go to the Gleaners Archive. Go to the Jamaica Observer Archive. Or go to the National Archive. Yes, that is even better. Go to the National Archive and you will find it. You can also go to the Archives of Parliament and you will find everything you need right here. But some of them, only some of them, I speak on them because I live through them. Yes, I lived through them, so I can tell you about them. Secondly, I also have an interest in the operations of Jamaica. I try my best to. And that is why, even here speaking to you guys every day, I have always encouraged people, don't listen to me. If you hear Chuck say something, go and do some research. That is one thing I have always been consistent. Listen to me, go do some research. If you find something, I tell like come back and tell me something. And so far, nobody has returned to challenge. In fact, we have a very famous comrade who is now a very good friend of mine. Our first meeting was him coming here to challenge me. And I sent him go do some research and come back. And when he come back, but the day he come back, not my friend. Yes, I sent him to do the research, and when he come back from that day, not my friend. Bridget, you can listen to me again. Because unlike when you go to an comrade line, who tell us who they're in here. Chica, what the gentleman name again, what the same go to the research. They are with the most of the time. One time I see him pop up, remember. Anytime I see him pop up, remember. But in there with me every day. In there with me every day. But information is available, and what we want people to do is take an interest in, no, not Mark, not yet Mark, and the market. Andre Stevens, no man, tell Andre Stevens a wrong pool, right? The Jamaica Labour Party has proven that it has no equal when it comes to nation. And you can't build a nation without the national security. It's front and center. Wrong pool, you know, swimming at up the streams. Wrong pool, right? You can't focus on nation building without putting national security at the front of it. We have seen the results in Montego Bay. Let's not forget that um, 2018, 2017, 18, Montego Bay was the crime capital of Jamaica. They were averaging close to 400 murders a year. They had they had a gang down near named Stone Crusher that was crushing everything. This government decided that the only person in this country that are supposed to be called dance are the ones in uniforms. So in 2018, the government of Jamaica implemented a parish-wide state of emergency. Parish-wide state of emergency in St. James. Have them down there in 1 year. They track down and they remove the murder, them call them violent producers. We call them simple what they are, murderers. And they remove them from the community. Montego Bay within that 1 year saw probably over 90% reduction in murder. 90% reduction. Now, anybody, anywhere who love, I mean, tap up the screen. 10,000, tap up the screen. Anybody who love army in this country, any good, would be celebrated. Say, well, look at Antigua here, that one good. Let us continue the measures that are in place down here. Not the People's National Party. The People's National Party The People's National Party the following year, under the success of that first term of security, enhanced security measures, voted against it. They voted to discontinue the security measures that has borne an 80-90% reduction in murder in one parish. Yes, they did. And they did so with a smile. Because as I said at the beginning, whatever is good for this country, PNP will always be. They will always be against whatever is being good for Jamaica. They don't like Jamaica. They do not want to see Jamaica prosper. They have proven it over and over. They proved it in the 70s, they proved it in the 90s. Prosperity and Jamaica must not go hand in hand for the PNP. It's only the chosen few that are chosen by them. Mark Gordon called them the Tapanaris. Marky G said him and him Tapanaris friend them. And that gentle people is why our great and beloved and caring and honest Prime Minister will always be hated because he's not from the Tapanaris family. So yes, you know, like the court, or the system has set up a fight get to you. See that fight the ultimate get to you then a man who rise from one 2 bedroom or 1 bedroom house in Spanish town front on Prime Minister, who is teaching the people of Jamaica, build generational wealth. Send me your script so that I can help. But you need marry clear. I look for a picture, you look like one big woman. So I'm gonna lower you. So I'm gonna lower you. Yeah, marry clear, you look like it's a big woman. So I'm gonna just lower you and you lower me. So somebody put marry. Yes. That to the understand. Yes. Yeah, man, yes, right. Put marry clear to the son. They now make the post. None of them now make the post. Nah, man, no black man, just mute back at the car. Just mute. Yeah, just mute. No black, just mute. They have to stay at school and learn. They have to stay at school and we just don't want them to be nuts. Right? As long as they come to school, they will learn. Right? So that measure in Montego Bay in St. James was a tremendous success. 90% reduction in murder in a 1 year was done in St. James. The PNP voted against the continuation of the measures. And that is not the first time that they did it. I remind you people again that in 2010, when the Jamaica Labour Party led the charge to arrest Christopher Pope, and they went into Tivoli Gardens, declared a state of emergency, was reading out the dance from across Jamaica. All of the dance from Kingston. Every single dance, everybody who had the title of a dance was walking into the police station, giving up, surrendering, renouncing the title of dance. We had a gentleman in the house at the time. His name was Andrew Michael Holness. He was the leader of government business. He went to a gentleman also in the house. His name was Peter Bunty, who was the leader of opposition. And he said to Peter, Peter, Let us now move these states of emergency into Spanish Town and let us crush the clans and one other gang before they got over. The then leader of opposition business said, no, we will not go into Spanish Town and go after. Joshua James, Dr. said, we will not move into Spanish Town and go after them. No. So the measures ended there. The PMP was victorious in an election in 2011 over. While they inherited a decline in murder as Minister of National Security, Peter Bunting would have implemented zero policy aimed at strengthening the police force or ridding the streets of guns. Zero, not one, zilch, none. I mean, there any comrade can challenge that. No policy was implemented, none. But just to be clear, they had a thing that they call the the um the name slipped me right when I get out. But that was a program that went around and gave money to dance. And pay the dance. Not just pay, they were funding the gangs as they rebuild. That is what they did within that 4 years between 12 and 16. They funded the dance. And that day, what? Lot of scamming became the order of the day. And those criminals, they were allowed to build up them funds, build up them armory. And that is the monster that the Jamaica Labour Party has been once again called upon to tame. And we are taming it. That is the monster that we are once again called upon to tame. And we have been doing it. As I said, crimes like rape, yeah man, bring it up. Crimes like rape and you know, I've all seen, just split it in a two here. I've all seen an 80% reduction over last year. Eh? And 80%, I think he's here. I'm just not, I don't know, something is wrong with this box on there. Joshua James, you are actually here, but for some strange reason I am not seeing you. Right? Well, I mean, listen. He can pop in over, but he's just not here. I hear the voice. Yes, yes, sir. Anybody else seen Joshua? Right? All right. As long as I did, be good. See there, nobody else nasty. Eh? I know you nasty, everybody else, and everybody else nasty. Friend, the you see, the rest of we not see. Uh, jump back out and try it. Oh, hold on. Go on with me. Okay, hold on. So give me a second. Let me can solve the problem. Um, Great. Yes, yes. Oh, this. All right, here, here. All right. So yes, Well, I'm going to try. And a quick point. But the investment that you have made in the national security over the last year is what now is paying the months now. And the PNP would have left and Jamaica after their kind of things, right? And we've seen where the opposition spokesperson and crime, who might I remind you that after 14 months in the job, went on the platform and said, with tears in his eyes, he said, "It's God alone can help, and he nobody else." That was a little bit after him, as national security minister, was robbed. Crime don't get no grace not when you're robbing the national security minister. He went on the platform with tears in his eyes in 2014, 2013, look over and said, "It's God alone can help us." Now we had Dr. Chang in the position for a couple of years who sat down, take the crossing, even only by labor and that crossing. But they had a plan. They had a crime plan, which by the way, even persons in Jamaica who, let me borrow the Prime Minister's word, who would ascribe intelligence was asking the ministry to publish its crime. The serious matter, people who we would ascribe some level of intelligence, people who are well read, who are learned, who are trained, people who sit up on TV every day and say they are security experts, was requesting that the government publish its crime plan. Now, I am not a security expert, but I know that if you're formulating a plan to catch the criminals, why would you publish it? I mean, alone that makes sense though. If you are formulating a plan to catch the criminal, thank you. Why would you publish it? But many people out there who we would have spied some level of intelligence was out there clamoring, crime plan, crime plan, crime plan. Luckily, the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security was smart enough to ignore them and proceeded to plan and implement. The first phase of that plan was to actually work on the human capital that we were spending. Police used to run out and gas a road. Police used to run out and gas a road. Police used to use the same bathroom as criminals. Them things they used to affect them ability to do their job. No, again, is the Jamaica Constabulary Force perfect or is it where I want it to be? No. But it is far, far better than 10 years ago. All right, you say you want to say something. Hurricane, again, when you hear them, so when we repeat them, we give them legs in. But let me say this to you. The groups in Jamaica that are funded by USA are groups like Jamaican for Justice, um, Jamaica in National Integrity Action. All of them poor, all of them anti-government movement, we only love PMP there. Mm. Yes, yes, and we as a government say no. Mm, mm. It was Marlene Malamu Ford that insists that the U.S. embassy take down the gay pride flag when into that kind of thing. Well, I will tell you something where I hear about Jane Bryan, but I'm waiting for confirmation. I can tell you this, and if you think a joke, then make wait and see. Mark Golding promised that they were gonna make him the Minister of Education in their administration. J. Bryan, Andre Cummings has been given assurance that I'm around on with them before them there, that he would be the Minister of Education. So we want to search TikTok and find out who is Andre Cummings and say if we don't want him in charge of the education ministry. The person promised me confirmation. But wait, he never wants to nothing until me get it. But let me put it out there now. Unconfirmed report, confirmed yet, says that he was promised that he would be the Minister of Education. With no marking Gino to writing crime, they must sign it. Somebody promised me a copy of the letter. Yes. So that man will be in charge of crafting educational policies for your kids. Well, if you don't want to take me serious, don't wait until it's too late. But somebody promised me the letter, and I go wait until they get it. Maybe Damian Crawford will be reporting to Andre Cummings. Hell no, Budweiser. Hell no. I would like to sign this crime. So I am expecting a copy of the letter very soon. And when I get it, I am going to publish it. Because remember, it's not everybody in the PNP is in league with the foolishness we are going in. All right. So Joshua James. Listen. Simple. Thank you, Sheep. Right. As I say, winner. As I say, winner. One of them I hear from very good source was promised that he would be the Minister of Education. Right? That's one. Background, the kind of noise. Mm-hmm. Who is the spokesperson for J Flag, the legal advisor to an SMP. So let us. Yeah.
In the US that they cannot open their mouth about these things, right? They live the life daily, minutely, right? Because they're in an organization that they're going to see these things. And you never hear them come out and bash anything, right? So just have strength in Jamaica.
Jamaica straighten them up.
Just come here, we just do that program. Yeah.
All right. So
You know the talk prayer there already. Say now.
if I may just Sheikah kind of believe what I wanted to say. And part of what I wanted to say was matter of what one yeah, what I wanted to speak about was even if he's not offered the educational ministerial role, chances are you're looking at the possibility of him. You're looking at the possibility of him being a state minister. Yes, in the education ministry. Right? But something obviously was promised. I know that I saw a communique last where between two hierarchy members where they were saying, look at this guy Andre Cummings and bringing him because he's quite valuable. Right? Don't let that. Don't let. Yes, sorry.
No, January. Big up yourself.
That's not what we're doing. So in addition to that, I find it quite interesting that him, like Pride and the proteins, anti is a word I created, right? But they have no problem facilitating people in their bar without that persuasion, it seems, right? One of their own members was reported in one of the newspapers is a spokesperson for Dave Land. One of the candidates that's currently running.
Their legal advisor.
Their legal advisor was reported in one of the leading papers that is a spokesperson for the largest homosexual in Jamaica. So the PNP has
one member. Oh, not hearing. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to make it. One member was charged with burglary recently. Another member, let's not forget that a PNP member was murdered a couple years ago. Investigation found shit on his condom. So let us analyze for ourselves. That can't come out now. let's analyze for ourselves which of these two organizations were like it was Bruce holding that the famous words, not in my cabinet. It was it, yeah. To look at the Bogula, right? But I am not here to discuss that kind of business with them. As I say, let's get back. Well, that's why you cannot use morality in a PhD discussion. You know that? Yeah. You cannot use morality. Mhm. And she was heralded to the top for that great move. Huh? But again, when it come to it was our Prime Minister Bruce Howard that said, not in my cabinet.
So many persons are different following study. It is that original man that push a practice in the popular law was actually something that was practical, something that is carried by smart.
I saw a video once of Mark Golding now a bush on a country being oiled out by two young men. I will leave people to make their assessment on that. I won't make any assessment. I will leave people to do that. It was a video. Big up yourself.
Just know it all continue. Certain things that exact is health minister. Just know for making some occurrence in a WhatsApp group that is closed to the group. It's an internal WhatsApp group and it said something here. And no the Prime Minister of England WhatsApp is health minister just now. So why everyone in business up in time for from misappropriating public funds. And we must not come out this issue. We must expect better from our officials. That's all.
All right.
Fully endorsed.
Fully endorsed.
Fully endorsed.
All right, YouTube, you hearing me now? After the fact.
And if I did something like that, even if you want to so high credit, I think to high esteem. He is a second his position and his is incredible. That not have prayer work. You have to eat. I want to have
You know, I'm glad you mentioned that because this morning I was kind of musing on the thought that it's a man who, by at the very least, seems not to have a high moral compass, and I'm talking Jensen, the People's National Party.
You don't need to add the word high, just a moral compass.
to his feeble brain. His mouth speaks it and then his brain catches up later. Right? And sometimes don't catch up at all. And yet he's allowed to sit on a commission that requires moral fortitude. And I have no doubt, just this morning I was thinking about it, I have concerns that he may even go through the protests one by one, every chance he gets, right? To serve his own nefarious desires. And that's the closest I'll come to what I'm saying. Right? So I joined the call and I call it a clarion call for things to be removed. And if not, then he stepped up a little further that the leader of the opposition step aside since he's unable to take tough decisions when he's and not a tough decision.
Mark Golden has promised that any member hold on. I'm trying to make my YouTubers here, but they're not hearing. I don't know why. I'm on deal with them. Yes, that's what he promised. Rough one. Good afternoon.
How it's affecting Jamaica. And I have to tell you that people in this group are not all diehard Labourers. In fact, some of them are going to come to support the Labour Party just because of performance of the government. They can't help but to agree that this is good. But let me tell you, see the Prime Minister we have in Jamaica? The man a general, he's a cut above the rest. And this is what we talked about last night. When the rest of the world was panicking about a decision that the US government made, despite how inconvenient it is for people here in the United States. But each independent government make their own decisions. Elections have consequences.
That's what the people putting out there.
And they could not have been a better response than the response In fact, last night we went through the process of looking at all the different world leaders responded. And we came down with the number one response came from the Jamaican Prime Minister. The best response came from the Jamaican Prime Minister. And so we need to rally around the man. We need to pick him up. We need to make sure people understand the importance of his response to that and those that are coming home, because there are going to be people coming home who don't have to come home. But as a result of not feeling welcome anymore, they're going to pack them back and then bank account and come home. So we need to be prepared to accommodate those people home and get them in the society to help build Jamaica. Same energy and strength that we used to build elsewhere now to come back home.
And that's what we are looking forward to. But as the Prime Minister said, you're going to have some who come with malicious intent. And those are the ones the Prime Minister said, well, you're coming back to a different Jamaica, to a different JCA. And if you're coming home to build and invest in Jamaica, you're welcome. But if you're coming home with criminal intent, you will have a choice where you can either meet the judge or your maker. Simple.
And we asked that question in the group yesterday. One of the things that struck us, you know, we did a little survey in the group. How many people in the group really believe that there are Jamaicans here who was actually running away from Jamaica because they committed crime? And I was shocked that a lot of people in the group thinks a lot of people that are here were actually running away because they did something nefarious back in the island. So, with some intelligence information that he's had, that is available to him, that there are those people, and so they have their warning. And I'm sure as they come home, there'll be the right screening, and it's going to be a political fallout here because there's some people who are not going to be able to get on the streets because we have to keep them under surveillance.
But Rockwell, let me say this. You have the route from most of them used to get into America is to go to Mexico, go up to the borders and make it over that. That is roughly $1 million per person to get.
Jamaican dollars.
Million Jamaican dollars per person to get. 800, 900 to $1 million to get it done. Now, that is not something where people are suffer do. If you are suffer and you can come up with $1 million easily to go away, then you're not suffering. It's people with money, people with contacts, and people who are running afoul of the law.
Oh Lord. Andrews, of course.
Yeah. Right? So we not believe that everybody will come home, work and come home to plant flowers. The Prime Minister would be stupid to think that. So it's the only person who want to plant flowers and come home. Right?
Yeah.
So we have to make preparation. But all Jamaicans, as the Prime Minister said, are welcome to their homeland. None of them will be turned away. But they are coming back to a different Jamaica.
You made a very good point. If you know that you are in this country, there's a chance of being deported, and your best bet is to, if you're able to take a few dollars that you may have saved, you go on home before you get deported.
Yes, come on by your one.
Yes, because then your chances of going elsewhere or even coming back are better than if you were to be deported. So the Prime Minister says that man, the man is thinking on his feet. He's making us proud. Every time we hear him speak, he makes us proud.
The sad part, rough one, is that it's only in this country he's not getting his flower.
Well, we saw what happened with Nigel, when the rest of the world looked at him and saw a star. We know what happened when the world sees a star. So if we want to have the stars and lose them, then but I honestly believe that despite the noise, despite all the noise, at the end of the day, when the dust is settled, we will still have a Prime Minister Andrew in the next term.
I believe that also. I 100% believe that, and I am doing my utmost to make sure that happens.
The biggest thing that I would want to make sure it doesn't happen I'm confident that we'll have a prime minister, Jonas, but I would want to make sure that there are 3 people that the Jamaica never send back to the parliament. Never send those 3 people back to the parliament because of how disrespectful they have been to Jamaican people when they sat in the parliament before. And one of them happened to be the Gen Sec of the PMP. But the number one is the one who can't find an abiding city and find himself in another seat in Manchester.
Murcott.
And there's another one over and over there who ran from Anova to Westmoreland. They should never, the Jamaican people should never forget. And maybe we should need to find some tapes of their behavior when they sat in parliament before. Because they should never be given that second opportunity to get back into the parliament.
Well, as based on Mark Golding, Mark Golding had a young man in this party, I'm sure you heard of it, that could not pass the party's integrity investigation. He failed that. And I believe that is one of the lowest bar to cross in a Jamaica is to join the PNP. And he could not pass that. They failed him. But Mark Golding said, I will make you a senator. Right?
So the bar is low.
The bar is very low.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very,
he might not even be prime minister should they win a majority of seats.
yeah.
Because here's the number one fallout that would happen. If such man from Manchester should win that seat, and they should, God forbid, get the majority of seats, I hope Mr. Robinson is no way thinking that he'll be Minister of Finance.
Well, we all know he won't. We all know he won't. Huh?
The Senate upper house is so low that it is below
it is below. Thank you. That is what, and I'm here telling you now, Mark Golding. I have to, as a PNP, for the PNP.
Even though this man failed, the lowest bar that exists in the island,
that is even lower.
And he used to make laws for our country. Yeah. But Chuck, I think I'm talking about the friends at work. I saw a article today, 35 persons killed by the Jamaica Conservative Force since the start of the year. But they failed to mention what these persons were doing.
Exactly.
I want to put it on the front page like that.
Exactly.
We don't even understand what it is in Jamaica. No matter how weird, police are around it, analyzing innocent people.
And that is the goal of that article, winner.
What was that talking to Cleaner?
Where else? I mean, remember, no, throughout the entire year, last year, when the police were reporting their murder figure, what the Gleaner would do is wait. And they release it today, the Gleaner will report it at the end of the month. And they will report it in a manner saying, 65 persons murdered last week, but police murder now. So that we always try to wrap it into something that came to discredit what is happening. And I tell you, I am ashamed. I believe it's Oliver Clark, who used to love him newspaper, would have turned in a grave right now. We see when paper turn since in there.
The page low and it compares full. The lowest that we've experienced since 2014.
Are we telling something better than that to win?
And they did not tell Jamaica the news that listen, we are heading in the right direction in terms of our country. But they moved on to crack those reports for us to cover criminals.
But let me add this, winner. For the first time in our history, this is the first we have ever had a reduction in murder in the month of January. January has always been one of the bloodiest months we have. I don't know why. This January, murder was down. I think it was 10% or 15%, which would have continued the trend from last. First time in a January, we can see the January show a reduction. Right? So
We
these,
should consider that hard. We would have seen below 1,000, something that we have never experienced for 30 years.
30 years. The last time we were below 2,000 was when the PNP took over in 1989.
So, and that is something that's attainable under the current leadership of the commissioner of police said something and not so much in our word. He said, he basically was saying that the police have all the necessary tools, or the basic tools to carry out their mandate. And the JCF that you see now, that the same JCF that was here 10 years ago.
But
I
that's
think he
why.
didn't want to come out he didn't want to be as political.
But that's
So
what.
he said in a simplest way that he could.
That is why I say no. When the Prime Minister repeat the words that this is not the same JCF that people would have left 10, 15, 20 years ago. And Kevin Blair, first speech in tell you, him said, do not challenge us because we will win because we are more equipped. Don't challenge us because we are better trained. And don't challenge us because we are determined. We have 2 places in Jamaica right now where we can heal. Montego Bay, which in 2017, 2018 was the murder capital of Jamaica.
Yes.
A Spanish town.
No
Look,
Central Kingston
and
has seen any unemployment since the last 3 months.
all right.
This December, they haven't seen one unemployment in that year. Remember that
Central Kingston.
Not one.
Right. So the Jamaica Constabulary Force and the government of Jamaica is doing an excellent job when it comes to our national security. They are doing an excellent job when it comes to our economy. They are doing an excellent job when it comes to our human capital in Jamaica. The problem that Jamaica is having is when my granny teach me years ago when she said, you can only lead the horse to the water. You can't force him to drink. Right?
And that's the problem with agriculture.
And thank you. That is the problem we're facing. We can only put the things in place. We can only have the programs available, but we can't force people to have pride, to have ambition.
Sure. In fairness, agriculture doing that, I think she is far more equipped to speak on this than I would. So it would be good if she would rejoin the box. Agriculture has been doing far better than it has done in many years. There has been an increase in not only production, but since burial, the prices are currently trending down. And in addition to that, we're seeing a little more in exports. Of course, our comrade opponent over on the other side, and I'm going to call him friend, because friendship, you have to earn it. Our comrade on the other side, Dino, would tell you that they can't get certain items. Yes, you may not be able to get a certain amount of a particular item, but there's an increase in another. So, it still doesn't detract the fact.
That's right.
I think when I say the problem with agriculture, that's what I'm talking about. Maybe at some point you want to get the minister back up. As we get this opportunity with Jamaicans coming home, some of them with a few dollars, it would be nice if the Ministry of Agriculture have packages, because for everything I try to do personally in agriculture from where I'm at, my biggest problem has always been to find the help on the ground. So, and I'm contact the minister directly and let him tell you what's happening. Yeah. I would hope there'll be some packages available so that some of these Jamaicans that are coming in can go right.
But when you say, when you say package available, like what?
So, for example, if I know that, I would like to invest in agriculture, and Friday and I talked about it a while back, And they had the agri park or something they had going on in St. Catherine at one stage. I say, if you down there, you have the technology, you have the know-how, and you said, okay, this area is good for raising chicken, and you can put together a thing where you have maybe 10, 15, what you call it, children farms set up, just ready for investors to come invest, but you gonna run it. The ministry, not the ministry, but some entity in the ministry will run it for the investor until they can be fully divested. A bunch of people investing in, when I hear that Jamaica is still importing stuff like goat, so why don't we set up like, in one, and I think they tried it before, but I think I heard something like it be and they tried that and it didn't work with cow. But if you set up something where you have like a bunch of small farms, everything in place, you just need investors to come now and put the money back in.
All right. So here's what I'm suggesting, rough one.
Mhm.
This is what I'm suggesting. You guys in the diaspora have that kind of thing. Form a coalition, a little group, a representative group, that say, okay, we're gonna reach out to the government, to the minister in charge. You do your emails back and forth, you do your online meetings back and forth, and then what you do, having laid the platform now, then what you do, you create a liaison, not necessarily directly with minister, but even somebody in RADA will be a liaison. And if you can't find somebody directly in RADA, then one of your choice, your persons who you handpick will be on the ground out here doing all the legwork for you, for a salary, of course, a small amount. And then what you're doing back and forth, that is the middleman until you guys decide, okay, I want to go in it a little more full. So remember, the government's responsibility is policies.
Yeah.
Right? You can't be doing everything until you're not as effective as you could be. So what you do, you set the framework in place so that people can benefit from it, right? And whilst it's good if they can make the contacts for you, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't. I am saying that why not link with him? Say when he makes the contact or the introduction, then you take it from there so that you focus on other people. I've 144 square miles of land, 3 million people. It's not easy to govern, and it's only one agricultural minister trying to do all of that, right? And remember, it is an area that was basically almost on the dying. It was not dead, but it was almost on the dying, and it's just being resuscitated. So while you're trying to grow the area, right, and you're meeting with other persons, you want to be as focused as possible. They are now giving away footage and seeds and all of these things. I think they're giving away some farm animals also. So to take on additional responsibility, it's kind of.
But Joshua, I'm not saying the minister, I notice I said the ministry.
Right.
So
Right.
and I get it. This may not, I share the idea here, but this may not be the platform to get the results of it.
I mean,
But rough one, I would say, hold on, guys. Hold on. I would say that, rough, I am confident that the very response or the very assistance that you seek or that you need already exists.
Right.
Yeah, because trust me, I have a book here, rough one. Very big catalog. I don't have a back on the cat. This book is filled with government services that is available. And it have a very large section from the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. So I am sure what you seek is already there. It's just a matter of probably the information to access it or what you need to do. So it is there. And one of these days, I'm going to continue to go through this book and read out the services. And rough on it, you can link me up. I'm not going to try and send me, can send you a digital copy. It is available.
That's awesome. That'll be awesome.
Yeah. But it is there, right? But there is not one sector. There's no sector that this government is failing. None. Tourism, agriculture, security, finance, none. Education, none. And there is a difference between what I would call actual happening and perceived. The PMP is running around trying to put everything is a problem. They are pointing fingers at everything. And if we continue, I will not, me not run behind them, because listen to me, last night, I passed scrolling through and I stopped to listen to one discussion. And I am not exaggerating here when I say, for 2 minutes there, I get a headache. Because it was the biggest pile of garbage coming out of people's mouth. And these are people who you would, as the Prime Minister said, you would ascribe some level of intelligence to. Right? But then discussion is weak. And I said before, I want comrades. Jamaica cannot exist without an opposition. And I want comrade that I can sit here. I can turn on my light between 9 o'clock a day and 9 o'clock at night. And me and them discuss politics all day. We discuss politics, we agree and we disagree. But those kind of comrades don't exist.
Well, don't be too hard on Jamaica, because I will tell you, it seems like it's everywhere. It seems like it's everywhere, because even right here, the right is so right and the wrong is so wrong. It's not even funny. The left is so wrong, it's not even funny. But I think in Jamaica, and the fake news is so. When I hear the leader of the opposition a few months ago say how the Jamaican economy is strong, and that same person, I wish I could put both videos next to each other. In only a few days this week, he's saying, "No, the economy is going in the wrong direction." Which one is it, sir? Which one of the Mark Golden should we believe? The one who tell us a few months ago that it was going in the right direction, or the one who just now says it's going in the wrong direction?
You see, Mark Golden, just like.
Yes, several Mark Golden.
Yeah.
Yes, several, because there was one who told us that the government implemented new taxes. When it was he turned around and said, "So there's no reason to implement a new tax at this time." You don't know what I'm going to do. So it must be.
Listen, man, but listen.
Mark Golden is not responsible for the things that come out of his own mouth. Yes. No, one who owns a British passport and one who got turned up in the line to get a visa. And one who was born here and one who grew up here.
In the civil unrest.
No, but we not. I've said before.
Ancestors were enslavers themselves.
We not. I've said before. He's not wrong on that statement. He wasn't wrong. When Mark Golden said his ancestor died in the fight for Jamaica, he was correct. What he did not say was which side of the fight his ancestors was on.
Yeah, predominantly that, but he put one chain over a black man.
Yes. The same Mark Golden that lead one of the most impoverished constituencies we have, but find time to invest in a low income houses in the Bahamas.
But yet, his constituency is overrun with thugs and criminals. And ready to take on crime to Mark Golden in their own words. Mark Golden, we want your help and intervention. And today has not gone down. He
has not even responded. That is why there is nowhere under the sky where Mark Golden is anywhere in the class of Andrew Michael Holmes. Nowhere. There is nowhere under the sky where the PMP is in any class with the Jamaica Labour Party. Not one.
I want to hope, but at the same time, this guy has voice to success.
Right, exactly. Is it the same Mark Golding who have so much confidence in Jamaica that he holds no affect here? PC?
Which one? According to his declaration, he doesn't own anything here, but Rerum says that boy, he may have connection. According to him, he doesn't have any assets, but there's 150 million, a house valued at $150 million. That was not declared.
No, he said he don't own the house, he only own the shares.
So who owned the house that he lives in? The
I
$150
don't
million
know, but he only own the shares.
So he needs to tell Jamaicans what does that mean.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, good idea, Marshall. I got good idea.
yes, I am interested in property.
He said don't own it. He only own the shares.
Okay.
Right? He's the only owner of the shares and he's the beneficial share owner, but he don't own the shares. No, when I said this, I said the man have zero respect for the Jamaican, not just the Jamaican, but for the PMP supporters. The man think they are the dumbest set of people to walk the face of this earth. And then prove him right every day. You have a man who, while we are in a country that we are grappling with crime, with murder, as the opposition leader, you were on a stage show that the artists there were performing none amount of gun songs and song about analyzing their fellow Jamaicans. And you did there put up finger in the ear and celebrate.
Not to mention where they must have put them out on their parents.
Yeah.
But this is the same body who stood up in our parliament and said to the government on the issues that there are agreements in terms of the constitutional reform. Let us move forward. And the government said, all right, make a move. And
All right. So
our
rough
government
one.
at the time. Yes, sir.
So on that basis, what you have just said, is it that he doesn't agree with anything pertaining to the constitution, then the constitutional reform?
Flip
Well,
flop.
it seems, and like how you say that, you say, is it that he, because that's what the Michael Mandel's party has come down to. He, not what the uniform party says.
Well, it's OT Fairclough Park. Sorry, just for correction.
Yeah, well, for Miss Bad Bandit Party, that's what the party is. When we were growing up, we thought it was Norman Mandel's party.
Right.
Well, let me say this in a row. And that's why I'm happy we're with them now. A whole heap of things we grew up believing about the PMP, but we cannot prove not to be true. Lots of things that them run in and take credit for, but we cannot discredit them. When we tell PMP now that Alexander Bustamante was a founding member of the PMP, then disagree, they say a lie. Right?
Oh, yesterday, a comrade Colin Love was giving credit to Porsche for the widening of Mandela Highway. So, and no matter how long I told him that is not so, is when we pull up the document and show him the boy not go so. And even so, he said, Joshua don't talk not truth.
Which Joshua Matar?
Boy, I'm firm.
Probably Michael, man. Remember they call Michael Joshua?
The white man Joshua.
Maybe I ain't at that.
Yeah, but for me, even this whole issue of the constitutional reform, I don't know why there is not more refuge in Jamaica to the PMP and Mark Money.
You see, rough one, over the years, over the 18 years, the PMP has put it in people's head that unless it puts food by your table, it's not important. Yes, that's what them embedded in their supporters said. So unless you can eat it, important. And that is why that's why you hear the talk now. Road can't eat, economy can't eat, tourism can't eat, constitutional reform can't eat, because PMP put their supporters are tell them say unless they equate everything to food and then bed. And I remember I hear one PMP supporter say, him wouldn't mind go back in a slavery because at least the food did free.
So I find the PNP supporters and the PNP party members reasoning lacking substance. Let me give you one example. When we speak of tourism and increase the numbers coming in under Bartlett's leadership vis-a-vis the JLP, the pushback from the PNP is that it's only the wealthy benefit. Now, the question I would want to ask, who is primarily employed in the tourism sector in Jamaica? Is it the wealthy or the poor? Right? And if so, is it that they're working for free? If it's the poor people who are working there, is it that they're working for free?
Paul James, I totally agree with you.
No, Joshua.
Huh?
And I'll say this on that subject. But for tourism, there are some institutional problems that has gone for many years. That at some point, if not now, then definitely in the future, we need to address it.
And I'm not saying a rough one. I believe that most of Jamaica's institutions and even ministries have some issues that needs to be ironed out. But when you have people like People's National Party just wholesalely dismissing the benefit of tourism to the economy, because from the moment the ship reaches the harbor, somebody has to help it to dock. A local, that's job right away.
I didn't have them to the conversation about improving tourism. Honestly, the only thing better than tourism is the tax that they introduce.
Right, and so that is why we are trying to unfold it so that the persons who are listening can have a better understanding of the benefit. Because to use our docks, our harbor, people have to be employed to the docks or the harbor.
Right.
And that is money going in local pocket.
Yes.
Right. When they come off the dock, whatever sightseeing that they do, people have to be employed to maintain those areas.
Yeah.
Right? When they go to the craft market and spend, it is local persons who are selling them, whether they buy the goods in China or it's locally made, it is still local persons who are selling them. And they will have to, yes, sir.
Just let me tell you this, and here's the problem that PNP supporters face. PNP supporters think of benefiting from tourism as simply this. When the boat or the plane land, the tourists must just come off of the plane or the boat and start give away money. Remember, if they require to go put up a little tent and sell the tourists too sweetly, them consider that absolutely too much. So for them idea of benefiting is that the tourists must just come off and start give away money. That is what they call benefiting. That is why benefit for them is the mayor or somebody from the mayor office a walk around a constituency and just hand out money for no reason.
Yeah, man. All right, so let us travel on a little bit. So we move from the craft vendors now. Whatever transport they have to take, whether it be a private or tutor, that's job for drivers. The transport that is sold have to come from a transport company or some importer that brought it in. That's job again. The gas that they use, the gas station benefit from it because somebody is now being employed because you have transport that needs to.
There's economic activities going on.
Right. When they go to Duns River Falls or other sightseeing places again, that they're not just go there and just pay and go in. They spend, and we have seen it on TV.
Right.
When they go to our hotels, the plane that brings them in, those plane fare tax, right? The baggage handlers locally, the security personnel locally, immigration officers locally. When they go to the hotel, you have chefs, you have waiters, you have sanitation workers, you have people who specialize in cleaning pools, bartenders, right? Housekeepers, gardeners, landscapers, maintenance people overall. Those are benefits being accrued by the Jamaican society as a result of just tourism. Right? And tourism is just one of them. I hear again them talk about the BPO sector.
But Joshua, before you leave tourism, even the taxes that the PMP claim they implemented, we're collecting so much more from that tax now as a result of the number of tourists that are coming. Right. Thanks to the work of this government. Right. So we're even overperforming in the areas that they claim they implement. Mm-hmm. Right. So even with the BPO that they want to write off as being too low pay, my cousin and plus an ex of mine works at the BPO. Right. My cousin, first of all, has a degree in engineering. A degree in engineering, and I'm talking IT at that. Right? And he's working at the BPO. Right? Mind you, he's now in a senior capacity, but he started out as one of those persons who were getting the $72,000 per fortnight. 72 times 2 is 144. That's good salary, decent enough, right? You can live in a decent community, nice community. For the month? Yeah. That's 700. No, don't calculate it in US currency. No, I'm making a comparison for a reason. Right? Yeah. That's not too bad. Right. Now, when you and I want to challenge the PNP one day when we have time on the US dollar that them like to tout so much, because the argument that I want us to have would be, okay, based on what you're earning, what percentage of it, of your earnings, do you have to use in order to attend to your recurrent expenditures? Nothing extra, just your recurrent expenditures. In the US
That's
versus
right.
Jamaica.
How much PMP, you know what is a recurring expenditure?
Your monthly bills, your regular monthly bills. That's what is recurrent expenditure. Right? So it's nothing extra, not the new shoes that you choose to buy, not the party that you choose to go to the liquor, but the regular everyday thing, your light, your water. So we must remember why those BPO jobs are in Jamaica and why they may not be in Jamaica. So, well, before we get there, because we don't want to muddy the water yet, we want to debunk the lies first and foremost. Right? So when the BPOs are here, and they're saying that people don't benefit, one center alone sometimes employ 2,000 persons. Off the top of my head, I don't think there's less than 20,000 persons working in the BPO sector in Jamaica. That's 20,000 salaries. Yeah. Right? And if we should say each person on an average is responsible for 2 persons, that's 60,000 beneficiaries immediately. Yeah. Right? That's direct beneficiaries. Now, when you look at the transportation sector, that is going to benefit. So let's say a third of that has to take public transportation. No, owns their own vehicle. A third of those. That's 20,000 vehicles being sold. Right? All right, so let's go down on this so that we don't seem exorbitant. All right? Quarter of that 55,000. So that's 5,000 vehicles being sold as a result of BPOs in Jamaica. Right? Now, for those who take public transportation, the direct employees who are employed to the sector, right? You're talking about 15,000 people taking public transport. And let's say out of those 15,000, it's about 12,000 of those to 10,000 transport that benefits from it. All right. So what it means is that car marts now going to sell a little more, right? Because there's a greater demand for transport. The gas station is going to sell a little more gas, right? The clothing store, the restaurant, the farmer, right? Real estate is going to benefit because people are moving out of their parents' house. People who didn't live with somebody who them stay with because them couldn't do better. But now that them are work, them save and finally come out of the person amount, whether they were involved or they were catching. They have to come out, right? The haberdashery is going to sell a little more because people are buying plate and all of those things, and curtains and all of those things that they need. The furniture store is going to benefit some more. So what it means is that the carpenter is going to benefit more also. The lifts are going to benefit some more too because people can take things that they can't afford, and then there's going to be need for lifts, right? And by extension, businesses are going to mushroom some more. Why? Because as there's more money floating in the economy, there's expansion in businesses, and also
in addition to the expansion in businesses, there's also an increase in businesses. And then out of that, the new economies tend to spring up, right? People can bake them cake and carry go work and sell to them co-workers. So apart from them their salary that them get something else out of it, right? Which means that the coconut man who sell coconut will earn something else because I sell more coconut because people make cake, right? And all sorts of things. People that buy perfume carry go work, so a man can import a little more. So these people are just blind, deaf, and dumb. And I think some of them
Joshua,
They deliberate. But you know, Joshua, the DPO section, Jamaica, I see why so many of them are coming to Jamaica. So, and this is not the first time this has happened to me. It might have been the second time. But I called it the help desk, I think yesterday or the day before. And when the guy came answer the phone, the only reason I knew I was talking to somebody in Jamaica is because of something he said. When he came on the phone, he said that like he was talking to somebody back, but he said, hold on. But when the guy came on the phone, there was nothing. I couldn't believe he was an American. See, the English was immaculate. And I kept trying to ask him about that sip that he made before he come on the phone, and he didn't want to address it. Because I don't know if they are recorded or what. But at the end of the help call, it was very helpful by the way. At the end of the call, I said, so where are you located? Are you in Portmore? Or he said that no, and said, yeah, man. Oh, you know. I said, because I heard that part of it when you first came on the phone. He said, oh, because they're doing a celebration in the background. But those guys, I can see why these companies would want to go to Jamaica because, for one, you'll be able to save some money and you're getting the same professional service as if they were here in the States. So, think up to the BPO sector.
All right. In addition to that, now let us travel on a bit, and I like that you put forward. Oftentimes, there's the company, and I think sometimes we kind of shortchange yourself in terms of the offerings that we have because we don't broaden our horizon. We think, right? Oftentimes I hear people saying, Jamaica don't produce nothing. That's false, really. We may not produce what people measure production by. Generally speaking, right? Because the term GDP means gross domestic product, and you don't have a product without first producing something, right? Jamaica, even though we tend to look at it negatively, to say, boy, we are the number one country in the world when it comes to brain drain. My look at it is different from how the average man look at it. I don't see it as a brain drain. We are the largest. We are the number one country in the world when it comes to academic supplies to the rest of the world and skilled workers. Jamaica is number one in the world. So we do produce. Right? We produce a lot of academic-minded persons. We produce a lot of health workers. We produce a lot of skilled workers. So what it says is that yes, we are producing. It's just that we are not producing in terms of well, we do produce, but not enough, so to speak, in terms of what we would call agricultural and the regular manufacturing stuff. But we must never underestimate what we need to do is to harness what we have and decide that strategically we're going to approach it and market it as such so that money comes in. That when the world needs nurses, they know that, okay, Jamaica is going to train them. We're going to partner with the Jamaican government and they are going to supply us with X amount of nurses, doctors, teachers, lawyers, perhaps. When we want carpenters, we're going to partner with the Jamaican government who's going to do it. And so places like Hark will forever be on the treadmill. So whatever it costs us to train them, a percentage of that is going to, we are going to not only charge them the amount, but a percentage of it. And we supply the world with it while they themselves are still earning from it. And the country also, again, earn more US dollars. So it's
but Joshua,
symbiotic relationship and synergistic. Yes, sir.
That's why the link that you made a while ago between the jobs and the direct benefits and the direct beneficiaries and the indirect benefit is a concept, that is totally lost. And the PMP and then supporters. As I said now, their claim now, is that road can eat. But they don't understand the concept that is the road that make the goods can reach the counter. So them can get to eat. Them tell us that good economy can eat. But it's the good economy that will allow you to buy the food that you eat. When you give them the breakdown now, I said that concept is totally lost on them, how things are linked together, because their only mindset is a direct benefit, a direct handout. Somebody will give me a brown envelope.
Boy, the poor man benefit. Yeah. What happened to the mechanic who now have more work because more vehicles up on the road? What happened to the tire man who fix tire because more vehicles up on the road and more punches? Or the one who is selling more tires? Or the auto shop that now is going to sell more parts? All of these things that we are not taking into consideration. So and that is why initially when the PNP started this whole argument of not trickling down, and at one point in time I heard one people got caught in the trap of saying, boy, he agrees that it's not trickling down. I was the first to push back on it and say, no, here is the link. Here is the link. It is trickling down because guess what? It automatically reproduces itself. Because we don't want to trickle down, we want to spread. And that's what it's doing now, it's spreading. Right. It don't belong to the other folks. Right. And it revolves around itself because guess what? Even if we get to a point where we have 100% employment in Jamaica, or 90% or 95% if we are very close, statistically, we are 100%. And the reason I use the word statistically because in statistics, they tell you that there's a plus or minus for percentage. Right? So statistically, we are 100%. But let's say we are short. Let's use the 96.4%. And so we are short 3.6% then. Right? And we have to we have to import people, so immigrants. I hear people having this cry, why them come take a job again that is being short-sighted because immigrants expand your economy. Because when they come immigrants from other countries or Jamaicans home. I'm talking even from other countries. They expand your economies. And let me tell you how. Because when they come, they need somewhere to sleep, which means that real estate right away is going to benefit. Economic activities. Right. Whether it be through rental or property sales, real estate immediately is going to benefit. Transport again is going to be impacted. Food again and all the other areas that I mentioned is going to be doing far more economic activities, which means that there's more money floating around.
But again, Joshua, Rafa, the issue we are having is that we have an opposition party that the concept of a robust economy is foreign to them. Yeah. They don't believe in economic activities building up. As I say, their concept is if you're not getting a brown envelope, no, nah, go on. So they're not gonna teach you to say, I said earlier this morning, I said, for the last 30 years, 40 years, Spanish Town as a city has been going under. The government has now wrestled it back from the criminal, and there are now business opportunities in Spanish Town. And I'm saying to people, if you are business minded and you're in the Spanish Town area, grab something now. Do you think the PMP them who are criticizing are now thinking, say, oh, let me go see if we can start something in a Spanish Town now? No. That is how we got from. If you think about how Hughes last sheriff
handed over a growing, was it Shearer? Yeah, Shearer handed over a growing economy to Michael Mann.
18.5%.
So we got to the stage where it was that handout mentality that quickly ran us into the ground to the point where the Prime Minister in the 1970s told Jamaica how many flights a day?
5 flights a day to Miami, take one. If
All
you don't
right,
like
so
what
fine,
you
stay
do,
with me for a
leave.
second. Stay with me for a second. Stay with me for a second. So a Jamaica Labour Party government handed over growing economy to the PMP. The PMP come with a brown bag giveaway and in no time, because if you have going out and it's not coming in, it becomes problematic. So until when the problem developed into 5 flights a day, a prime minister who was born under that prime minister, born during the time of that prime minister who didn't run away, came and years later, what does he say to Jamaicans? Come home.
Come home.
One prime minister said 5 flights a day, take one. And now we're at the stage where a Jamaican prime minister can tell Jamaicans, come home.
We need you to help build.
Amazing. Amazing.
Right? We need you to help build. And rough one, remember, you know, apart is not the first, the second time too also, you know, is in 1989. Siaga handed over 6% growing economy to the PMP again. And they, when Manley did say 5 flights a day leave, that was one of the kindest things he did to the business class in Jamaica. Because what they did the second time, right? One of the things that we can look to is that when they took over a 6% growing economy, they were able to sit down on that and did nothing. They locked the door, and this time they destroy the business sector. They crush them. They crush them the second time. Totally annihilated the middle class. That's what they have to show. So now when you have a prime minister who is actually rebuilding a middle class in Jamaica that we didn't have, rebuilding the middle class, rebuilding, giving back the poorer class some pride, that is why the PMP cannot allow that to happen. And that is why they are hell-bent on power at all costs. Power at all costs is their goal. As the newly minted representative for Central Kingston tell you, if the PMP lose this election, are dead them dead. So well, people believe that they are fighting for Jamaica. They are not. They are fighting for themselves.
Jamaicans just have to look at their behavior, even when they speak. When I watch Jamaican Parliament and see the PMP speak, it's not so much because I'm a JLP supporter, why I'm aggrieved or I just upset almost every time. The level of arrogance that they display in opposition. What do you do with those people in government? What would you do with those people in government? Just watch the level of arrogance and bullyism and badmanism being displayed from opposition benches. Why would we believe that you would be a good steward on the government benches?
And let me say, Cantidosa, let me say, I am totally in agreement with you. And that is why I've always said that the PMP as they are now, because again, I repeat this every day, Rockwood, I do not want to live in a Jamaica where everybody support the Jamaica Labour Party. That would make sense.
Make no sense. No, absolutely not.
We need opposition, but we need capable and strong opposition. We don't need opposition where just go around and speak for speaking sake. We need opposition that can actually hold the government to account. But you don't have to go around and make up stories. You don't have to go around and lie to the people. But you can offer tangible critique of policy. But we don't have that now in terms of the PMP we have. what we have is a bunch of power hungry people who is just power.
Brother, I'm a political junkie. And as a result of that, I listen to the parliaments right across the Caribbean. I listen to I listen to the British Parliament. If I turn my TV on now, it's some parliament just session coming on. And I would like for most Jamaicans who are supporting the PMP to listen to some of these other parliaments around the Caribbean. Every time they're debating anything and they want to point to excellence, they use Jamaica as an example.
Jamaica. Here you
Not
go.
even Jamaica, this Jamaica. If they have a number that come close to Jamaica, they say only Jamaica, or we got this from Jamaica, or we had to go to Jamaica. And I would have loved if we would have an opposition party who would behave in such a way that as a country we can be a true shining example to the rest of the region as to what democracy looks like.
That's what we are now again. As I said, if we look back, not taking the 60s, but Jamaica was always a leader in the Caribbean. Again, the Caribbean max was 1 from 10, leave 0. You said the older folks, we understand what that means.
Yeah?
Yes, 1 from 10, leave 0. So Jamaica was the center. Anything Jamaica do, the rest of the Caribbean falls in line. They look to us for leadership. They look to us for management. They look to us for example. We lose what the government do, crime. Whatever your name, Dan Smith, me not understand. Is that a question? Retype it, please, so we can answer it. They look to us for leadership and guidance. We lose that in the 90s under PNP. We lose that leadership in the Caribbean. When places like Trinidad could have come here and buy out stuff, Barbados, all them people used to hurl disrespect at us because of where we were. We have now taken back our position as the Caribbean leader. And we can't give it back. I said this before, I say it again. If we are serious about moving to a republic and ever elect a British man as our prime minister, we will be the laughing stock of the world. Oh. We would be the laughing stock of the world. People that's that joker people them out there. What they do that?
The truth of the matter is that he's only leading that party by default.
By default.
Only leading that party by default. And there's nobody. I would have loved to have seen. There's some people over there that I have respect for. And I'd love to have seen some of them would have stand up and defend the thing, but because of their thirst for political power.
Let me tell you, let me update you what Mark Golding did to the PNP, why he's still president. The moment he gets in, he changed the rules.
Yeah.
That you can only challenge the leader after 2 years.
And you can challenge in an election season.
Thank you. So after 2 years in office, we were heading towards the local government election. You can't challenge him again. After that, we are heading towards general election, so you can't challenge him again.
Right.
So you're right, he's there by default.
So they're gonna hold on to him because they also want to be in government just for their own political sports. So despite the fact, we see it here, despite the fact you don't believe that it goes against you, everything you stand for, because you think it's politically prudent, you go with it. So somebody said earlier in the chat, no, nothing. All that is gone.
Nothing.
It's gone for political expediency.
Remember, you have people like a Damian Crawford, who Mark Golding has emasculated. Julian Robinson can't speak. Mark Golding and Danny Cabral are now the only two persons that speaks for the PNP. You don't realize that? Check when last you see another person push out them head. The last time Danny Cabral push out and talk about him going to put on tax. Mark Golding take when balls them too.
Well, the other person who speaks for them is the one who, God forbid, wins a seat and they would become Minister of Finance. And I want you to picture this for 1 second. Just picture, God forbid, hell should freeze over. And you have a PMP government led by the British man. And the Ministry of Finance being led by his business partner. just picture that for 1 second. What that Jamaica would look
Let me
like.
paint you a different picture. Of all the havocs that they caused in the 90s, when they were able to divert billions of dollars of public funds into their own business to straight hit. During those times, they only had what I describe or what chaps would describe as the years of power. And they were able to cause that amount of damage to our system. Imagine now a scenario where they had ultimate power, when it is their signature that matters and the documents. Imagine what they would do to Jamaica.
Yeah.
That is the situation we are heading into, where these people who have now proven themselves that they are no real business genius, because they are run a business now when they are not in government, and that business is failing. Right? When they are in government, they are brilliant businessmen. But the moment they are out of office, their business is failing. So it tells you that they are no business genius.
And that's why you could be so rich and have made so much money, but you're fighting for political.
You fight because you see more.
You see more.
Our NIR right now stands at a record 5.5 billion, if I'm not mistaken. Don't hold me to the exact figure. The record, the highest we have ever had. And that, I tell people, is the ultimate goal of Mark and Peter, to come in and raid the NIR, pack them bags and leave.
Still got a British passport.
Still got him, yes. All he need to do one day is put in passport in his back pocket, go to the airport, take a plane, and we'll never hear from him again.
But you know, and if I get back to another issue, and the issue of our constitutional reform, you know, it is my prediction that unless the Jamaica Labour Party wins the next election, Jamaica will not move anytime soon to a republic. And I'll tell you what, elections have consequences, and governments own up within their term. If the government come forward and say we want to move forward with the constitutional reform, here's what we want to do in this phase. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. It is the government saying what they are prepared to gamble on right now. That's what governments do. Opposition don't dictate that to government. So if the government decide that we have this year in which we agree on, we are willing to lead the charge in moving forward with that. You don't want to move that forward because you want to tie to something that the government is saying, we're not touching that right now. So you want to block that process.
But even in that process, rough one, the PMP, the Andrew Wellness, in no time and no place has ever said that the Privy Council will be our final appellate court. That was never said by Andrew. Andrew's stance is that we will let the people decide when the time.
Right.
Why is the PMP afraid to let the people decide where they want their fight?
Exactly. And when they come with the thing about costs and expense. So are you telling me that if our final court is a Caribbean court, we don't have to pay to go there?
We don't have a cost. Anything it will come with a cost.
We already pay to them, but are you telling me it's gonna be free? And are you telling the people of Trinidad who maintain the British, left the British monarchy, but maintain that court over there and still use the Caribbean court? Are you telling them they're confused and dazed? We said the government, as I understand it, they're not saying, they're just saying that is not something that they want to debate right now. That's not, and that's what governments do. They get to set the tone of what they want to do during their term.
You see, rough one, the PMP does things based on personal benefit. So you see, moving to the republic, moving to republic is something that they want to say a we. They didn't get a chance to lead us to independence, and that hurt them to this day. Not to mention the fact that they were never for independence. PNP was against it.
PJ said he'll protest if we go to a ceremonial president. Well, he can't protest because he had more than enough time to handle the issue and he didn't handle it, so he can't shut up now.
PJ can hardly walk much less with protest. There we go, protest.
He had 18 years leading the country, but he should have addressed this issue. So he has no moral authority on this issue now. He did not move it any further than it needed to go.
You see, PJ recently followed out at Grace. That is right, the engineer, very much so. PJ simply followed out at Grace with the PNP and I try to get back. They no longer see them trading in. And I'm going to put it this way. Rough. You remember the man who stand up and tell the people and say, if I walk off the stage and stand amongst you, you can't tell the difference between me and you.
Well, same thing about Andrew now.
Well, them people are now trading in for a white man.
Like he walking as if we can't tell the difference.
Yes. The same people them would have tell that I want them cheer and them that to see I got white. The same people them now trading in for a white. So PJ is now relevant to the PNP and he's now seeking back relevant. So he is now going against.
He's an elder statesman and quite frankly, what I want to hear from him is why in 18 years it was impossible for him to move this issue forward. You cannot come here now, sir, and tell us that you're going to demonstrate.
PJ and the PNP had the best opportunity to make lasting change and lasting impression.
Any government that had 18 consecutive
years. That's a generation, you know. Yeah. You led us for one generation.
That's a whole career. You do 20 years on the job and you're in retirement.
You were retirement. Right? An entire generation you led us for. And at the end of it, you have nothing to show. And you are now coming back now, hungry for power. All of a sudden, all the ideas them where you couldn't get when you were in power, now you have them.
Don't give us advice, sir. But don't tell us what you will do if you don't work your way. Because your time done.
You had a chance.
You had a chance and you didn't move the needle. And you tell the guy who don't look like you but leading your party now that he's not the government, he's opposition. He don't get to dictate the amount of load that the government pick up. And government get to decide how much load they want to pick up.
You see, another thing with the PNP in Europe is that the PNP believe that they are entitled to Jamaica. They have a belief that Jamaica feed them one and them. So even from the opposition bench, they will always try to dictate policy because they think they're entitled to Jamaica. Jamaica, you remember they told Jamaica a PNP country. Remember, them literally started to believe that on their own.
I think this election will fix that for them. This coming election will fix that for them.
We'll let them know. Yes. Right. And just like the parishes, explain the difference between ceremonial and executive president. A ceremonial president is basically like the governor general, right?
Yes.
Majority of the governor general roles are just ceremonial. Them did it, but we can't do without. An executive president now will be one that has actual power, that has actual roles to play in the governing of the country. An executive president is like the president of France or the president of the United States. Those are executive presidents. Ceremonial, I think Trinidad. Trinidad have a ceremonial president, right?
Yes, they do. Trinidad and Barbados, they all have
ceremonial president. So them have a president, but the prime minister is in charge of the country. So the simplest explanation is that India have a ceremonial president, yes, but the prime minister runs the country.
Ceremonial president.
All right. So there's a difference. They are there in a ceremonial capacity. They don't have no real power. Anything them do, we can do without. The governor general of his sworn in prime minister, those are ceremonial things. He cannot refuse. He can't refuse. Right? So that is the difference.
I think some executive presidents are in Africa. Some of those African nations have executive presidents. They're directly elected by the people.
Mhm. Right. So yes, so that is what we have. And as for Jamaica, if we want to change the full republic and change the head of state into the president, and would have to change over to the American system. And I believe that the American system is one of the worst in the world.
But Chuck, also, there is nothing that says we can't go to a ceremonial presidency and make changes later on.
Right.
There's nothing that says we can't make those changes later on. What the government is advocating to do now is to sever tie with the British monarchy in terms of the structure of our government.
That is the first step.
That's the phase we are in now. And then we move to another phase, and then later on we decide that, look, we don't want to elect a prime minister and have a ceremonial president. We want to elect a president. Then we go that route later on.
All right, darkness. I know you lose your account, sir. Yeah, we can always make change. And that is the thing that people don't understand. The first step in the journey is to just cut ties. We no longer report to you. All right, then let us now plan our way forward. It is simple. It is not the rocket science that Mark Gordon is making out to be. It is a simple thing. Let us do this first thing where we get rid of Britain as our Lord and Master.
And Mark Colin is an affront, and I can call his name on this. It's an affront to me as a Jamaican, as a born Jamaican.
Very much so.
Because if you would have let somebody else lead the charge on that commission and they came and read the thing when read, I would be cursing, but I'd be less aggravated by it. But when I saw you, sir, who had difficulty deciding whether or not you want to give up your British passport, would put yourself on a committee that no other leader would have done that. No other leader would have served on that committee themselves. They give their members opportunity to grow.
No, rough one. He was not on the committee, you know.
No, his name was called. His name was called in Parliament as a member of the committee.
No, I think he was invited.
I guarantee you, check it, brother.
But I think he appointed, and then and even further than that, when I hear him pouring cold water on the process right now, and this is how the man lie and wicked. And I can't, when I go search for that speech, I'm saying we can't find Mark Gordon speaking at the EC. He said that the committee was formed by the government alone, and then only have, you know, somebody with me. You recommend 3 persons. You appointed Donna Scott Monthly. You appointed Anthony Hilton, and you recommended I said that better than him. Then, the lawyer guy. And there were some members came from the government side, the youth side, civic society, the church.
You talk about the committee that looked at,
Yeah.
But that's not the committee I'm saying that he appointed himself to.
I'm
talking about the joint select committee.
Oh, the joint select. Yeah.
He appointed, and that is very unusual. And for him to appoint himself to that joint select committee and be that same person who we were just discussing his British connection not too long ago, to step in that joint select committee and put that stop on the PMP participation in their left. Sir, you are an affront to the Jamaican people. You're disrespectful.
The man is a hindrance. The man have a certain level of contempt for the Jamaican people that well, only seen by slave masters.
And you have to look into Anthony Hilton face to realize that he just holding on to the jacket and fall and don't really like it.
You know, like they don't like it. I said they don't like him, you know. But the issue is they see him as a means to an end, and They don't have enough
Exactly.
time to remove him.
Exactly.
Let me say this. 1 year after the next general election in Ghana,
Yes.
1 year.
He reminds me, the situation with him in the PMP reminds me of the 1989 election when Michael Manley was running. And people was warning Jamaica that Manley will not be prime minister.
Mhm.
People was warning Jamaica that you're going to elect Manley and get parties.
Well, remember Patterson was forced out, but then he mentioned the famous phrase, "I shall return," and that he did.
Yeah.
And
And so in this case, I would tell Jamaica that you if you would have elected Goli, you would not get Goli.
yeah, right. I think right now, right now we in fact have opposition leader Dayton Campbell.
Okay, you heard?
Yes, I believe
You
that
heard?
that is why we have no opposition leader Dayton Campbell.
You heard?
Right. But like I said, we just need a proper opposition. The one that don't hold the Jamaican people in contempt, one that don't have a certain level of distaste for our culture, one that can actually turn up at national event and look like they're happy to be there.
One PMP senator said that we can't move forward with the constitutional reform because there is no trust on either side. And I'm saying to that particular senator that look, if there is no trust now, you think if you get in government, there's going to be trust? So basically, you're saying that Jamaica, you will stay where you are because there would be no constitutional reform. You can't trust me, we can't trust you.
Like I said, had the Jamaican electorate not make 2 electoral mistakes, I'd like to call. One in 1972, and they came back and made another one in 1980.
1989 was a very expensive
Very
one.
expensive one. Right? But 1972 is the one that made the 1989 one so expensive.
Yeah, yeah.
Jamaica would have been a full republic by now. Jamaica would have been, I don't want to use the term the Singapore of the Caribbean, but would have been the jewel this side of the hemisphere. That's the route we were on. That's the development we were on. Educationally, I believe Jamaica would have had close to about 90% educated, if not probably about 95%. An educated population we would have had by now. Jamaica would have probably have at least 2 hospitals per parish. We would have been able to have free education right up to university. These are what those 2 elections cost us. One, because 1972 cost us 25% of our GDP.
Yeah, big wipeout.
Big wipeout. 1989 cost us 40%. It cost us 44,000 business.
And so let's be forgetting now, in the 1990 effect, the guy who led the finance of Jamaica during that time, this is a guy who antagonized the Edward Seaga government night and day on radio. No matter what the government did, he had a better solution for it. And at the same, it's equivalent to what's happening at the cleaner now. He was doing it under the guise of a public commentator. Every single night, as a public commentator, in drag Seaga down. And the PMP took him and made him Minister of Finance. And for all the talk that he gave, and I'm saying this for some people who are talking a big talk now, for all the talk that he gave, he got the Ministry of Finance and turned out to be the worst finance minister in the history of the country. For all the talk.
And his number one advisor and the number one beneficiary of his failed policy
As return.
has returned
Yes, sir.
and seeking leadership.
As return.
His number one advice. Right? And that's why I say yeah, people have to learn to look back and understand. And that is why when you have most of them come on social media now, rough one, they will tell you that, you know, so we can discuss it, but we don't want, we just want to talk about the last 8 years.
So it's not important to know where we're coming
It's
from.
not important because they don't like what is down that road.
And you know their calculation of the last 8 years? Their calculation of the last 8 years is that there are people that have come of age within 8 years who would not have a recollection of the PMP stewardship of Jamaica.
Yes, and that's what they are counting on.
And we don't do a good job of teaching civics in school anymore.
No, remember,
So-
remember civics is just returned because they removed civics from school, you know. And it is now just returning. So, as we said, the people that is coming of age in the last 8 years would still have the benefit of learning civics.
Right.
And one of the most detrimental programs that the PNP destroyed for Jamaica was the compulsory education program started by Edward Seaga in 1982. Can you imagine where Jamaica would be today had we continued with compulsory education?
And Seaga dedicated a whole chapter of this book on that. And if you ever have a chance to read it, it makes a good read. You know, he pointed out he actually did the math and pointed out to when the problem started, the crime in Jamaica, really.
Yes.
It was like the chickens coming home to the roost.
But I made the link, you know, rough one, when I say even the indiscipline that is now happening on Jamaica roads can be traced to the mismanagement of the PNP.
Yeah.
We came from a situation in the 80s where we had, say, 10 taxis on the road around. But because of the destruction of the economy, the shuttering of over 44,000 businesses, many people would have seen their only way out is to buy one car and start running some taxi.
Yeah.
So the number of taxi moved from 10 to 2,000. So therefore, the jostling and the indiscipline is how people feel that they have to grab them dollar. So that part of it, which space on the road now, is still at the foot of the PNP.
Well, you know, my problem with the PMP, you know, it's like every time this government tries to implement a policy that is internationally accepted elsewhere, or a policy that we see have worked in other countries and helped to put discipline to either the economy or the society. And the PMP would oppose it and they would not offer. What I would have loved is, as an opposition who wants to be government one day, to have identified some issues and say, you know what, if this government can't fix this, you know, we're not worried about it, we have a better Jamaica to lead.
All right, let me say this.
I've never looked at it like that.
Let me say, no, but let me say this. As I said, coming up to the 80s, Jamaica had a limited number of public transportation people.
Right.
Taxis in particular, limited amount. But during the 90s now, when the financial sector was collapsing and all these business was shuttering, lots of people saw when they get them little payout, the only way out, because there was no investment going on in Jamaica. Everywhere was shuttering. So the only way out they saw is to buy a car and go run a taxi. So the number of taxi now within about 1 2 to 3 year period jump from 10 to 2,000. So that's what started the indiscipline on the road where people are just for every dollar. That is what caused it. And again, the system was left unregulated by the government for so long. That's when the time comes that they said, let us start when it was too late.
Yeah.
Right? So simple as that. It has to be put at the feet of the PMP. They encourage indiscipline. They encourage gang. They encourage dance. Not only do they encourage the dance, they fund them with taxpayers' money. That is what most people get. And that is why I agree that the PMP as they are today, with the certain members and the leadership, needs to change if they want to see back power in Jamaica. And I can't force them to change. It's the people that support them have to force them to change.
People continue to reject them
I
and
continue
enforce
to reject them.
changes.
Unless the members can, remember, Mark Gordon went on a platform and tell the Jamaican people that the 90s were the best times in this country.
Yeah, so so stuff like when you make a statement like that for a child who graduated in the 1990s in Jamaica, how is that person supposed to feel when you tell him that's the best he will ever see?
The best, yeah. When
How is
we lose 44,000 business in our country, how is that the best time? And the fact is now you have people now who are repeating it. People who are running behind them are repeating these things. Rather than hold them accountable and say, brother, I am a PMP supporter. But me believe say we're not doing that in the 90s was wrong. I only need to repent and promise us say it won't happen again. But no, people on here is trying to say one of them come here, Ingram, who will tell you that, oh, those were great times.
So if you tell me that those were great times, I would name out a few communities and say, so in those great times, why did we not get running water in these communities? In those great times, why are these communities still stealing from the JPS?
It's just a question of great time for who?
Yeah.
Mark Gordon left us here as a billionaire. So did Peter Bunting, so did Omar Davis, so did PJ Patterson. They left the 90s as billionaires. So yes, it was a great time for them. But Jamaica suffered. Jamaicans suffered.
Jamaica was set back.
Way back. Way back.
During the 1990s is when most intellectuals, apart from the 70s, most intellectuals left Jamaica.
Yes. Refine, think of it now. A country the size of Jamaica lost 44,000 business. Unemployment was like almost 30%, 28%, I think it was.
Earthquake.
Massive earthquake. That would if America lose 44,000 business, that would have hurt them, much less Jamaica.
Think about that's when begging became normalized in Jamaica.
That is when
the government begging became normalized. You never come back to Jamaica under a C0RRU government. As a child growing up, I didn't know people begging as much as I saw it in the 1990s when I would come back home.
Rough one. If you remember in the 80s, Jamaicans used to have US dollars as souvenir. You remember? You get a $10 or $20. It was a souvenir. You have it put up in your place and you now use it. Yeah? So you're right.
You get $5 for $5 Jamaican dollar for $1 US.
Yes.
That was nothing to write home about.
Yeah. You get them, you have them as souvenirs. You're not spending.
And there was another thing, Chuck, that C0RRU begged the PMP. When they were going on that part of with the US dollar, with the Jamaican dollar, C0RRU begged them. Don't do it.
Don't do it. Do not liberalize. We're not ready yet.
We're not ready yet. Don't do it.
Don't do it. But as I said, Manley was brought back into power to simply get some things done that the America could not get C0RRU to do. When I tell people in a rough one, and I know most people probably don't believe, when I tell them that it was the CMCIA that brushed off Michael Manley, clean him up, take him out and bush jacket, put him in a suit and tie, and lead him back to Jamaica also.
Real talk.
Big up to everybody. Yeah, man. Chuck, Wagwan, long time I don't come on your platform.
Yeah, man.
But you know what, say? John, you know, love that what the PFP in a bridge, you can't make it.
wicked for me heart, you know, man. I me get angry. Yeah, every time me find myself in our discussions, the things and the atrocities of the PNP, me get angry, brother, me change. I'm one of the strongest Christian a man can ever possibly think of. And the man, if you follow them, they weak me heart.
But strength. We have to repeat, as Rosman points out, you know, we have a lot of people who have come of age in the last couple of years who don't know these things about the PMP. So our job, have to repeat, if you take it every day, if you repeat it, so them hear it and learn it, we have to do it.
Sure, man. Yes, man. Totally agree. But brother, may I tell you, say, you know, why, tell a man, say, when you talk about 18 and a half years, plus 4, you know, and 31 years, 8 to Michael Manley, 18 and that, DJ Patterson and some part of that to Michael, and then Porsche take another 4. So yeah, when you add it all up, it's 31 solid years to get up gross mismanagement of the economy Jamaica last 31 years of mismanagement of our economy, brother. When you think about it, you know, we set back 31 years and I mean, look at, I am trying to understand these people that support the People's National Party. I mean, them say, I think it is about 300,000 plus people in Jamaica, which is undereducated. You know, who has ascribed that to the PNP? We have ascribed that 300,000 people there were uneducated to the PNP. You know? Because we even hear from our Prime Minister that there are intellectuals, people who can read and write and go to university, who still cannot understand certain things in the politics. You know why? Because this Prime Minister has bring about a change in the whole atmosphere of politics. You understand me? He brings something different, he brings a different flavor to the politics, and the PNP is not capable of adjusting to this change. But they remain in that Michael Manley corrupted era.
And when the Prime Minister said those people who are intellectuals should know better, you know, I'm in a WhatsApp group with people who are not politicians. They are professionals. And that same video was shared in that group. And I said, without even doing much research, I said to the people in the group, I said, listen to what the minister said and listen to what she's talking about. The minister was talking about one program, but she could talk about another one. So the Prime Minister said there are people who are intellectuals and should know better because of their political lines. They don't spend enough time to figure it out. Just run with that.
But she is also a university graduate. Right now, she is on her life track. You know, the lady will get out of color pen. That's what she went him?
Yeah.
She's a worker for the PNP. She got her out under Michael and Oldness because of the fact that she was living in deplorable condition. Now they're saying that everybody knows movie star. Because known movie star is a known laborer. But she's not to get her house. But movie star house was burnt down. Burnt down. That means if she did her house was burnt, there was no need to give her a house. This lady is an election day worker for Anthony Miller, Hilton, living in deplorable condition, doing so much for a party that required her to get a house. It was okay for Hilton to give this supporter a house, but it's not okay for Andrew Holmes to give a JLP supporter who lost her house a house. All them to go look video, get a picture of where she will live. And she's not entitled and she have her money and whatever. Not okay for a laborer to benefit from the government of Jamaica social program.
Well, if there's one thing we can say, friends, about the Hope House program is that they're not distributed on party lines. Only party lines it is distributed on is that the Labour Party members of parliament are more eager to recommend persons than the PNP members of parliament. That is the only party line that is in the program. Every member of parliament is entitled to 5 poor posts for the year. 5 you can recommend. Right? 5. Now, who can remember how much member of parliament recommend for the PMP collect them 5 a year though?
Them not time for that.
Then not time for that.
Mark Gordon, I give 5.
No, Mark Gordon, the houses that went to Mark Gordon constituency was indigent house, not about
Oh,
which
And
means
that is what people are missing. Not
Yeah.
understand. And by the way, that's the one.
I recommend none.
all right.
I don't want that list published. I don't want the government to publish that list, and I would want the government to take all that money and build indigent homes.
Right. So that is the problem.
They keep on asking about this, but and what people don't understand is the website tells us something. Indigent houses can be built on government land, and they can also be built on your land. The government land, which is the parish council land, will say you will never own that.
You can't own it. But that's how we know.
That is what this one was speaking about. Ones that are built on parish council land, and in every parish, the municipality have land. Every community, the municipality own a piece, a community. Every community can think of the municipality have land. If an indigent house is built on it for you, love it for you, whatever, when they die, it passed that to someone else. If an indigent house is built on your land, it will be, it is, and it is still yours.
It is still in your
However,
family.
the social house, it's for the beneficiary 100% because the first requirement for it
You have to find the land.
is that either you're in possession of the property legally or you're granted permission.
To build it, yeah. And that is simple. And that is why rent. I don't entertain that discussion. I don't make sense to me. And one thing I am sure of, and it has been proven time and time again, is that anything that is good for Jamaica, the PNP will always be against it.
Especially for the poor.
Especially for the poor. Yes, they will always be against it.
Says, you throw a rock in the big pen and the people scream and get hit.
Yeah.
And it is so funny, It is so funny that the same PNP them will keep on saying that they love the poor. Think about that. They keep on repeatedly. Them saying in a government and them saying in a opposition that they cares for the poor. Yet still now they are fighting against things that are benefiting the poor.
But let me tell you what. If I was a fly on the wall at the PMP conference room, I can tell you that they have identified this program as a win for the government.
Yes.
And so they are attacking it
Yes.
from all different angles.
So them remember now. But I just said rough one and I just said that. Remember now, the attack on this program started a couple months ago.
Yes.
The contractor general, no, sorry, the auditor general said they found discrepancies. And yes, that is when the attack started. Then Gleaner now run a headline on it after that, talking about houses are being delivered late. So it is a coordinated.
No. He came out and said that the housing program is duplicated.
Yes.
And she was talking it in the indigent responsibility. Remember,
Duplication of efforts.
indigent of the local and the new housing of the central. I don't know why, but let's just leave that alone. Then the Gleaner came out 1 week after, it was a Sunday, and did a story about houses, and these houses were located in Markville constituency. No, and they were saying that these houses were delayed. Came out, the ministry, one of the reasons it's delayed is because people teeth the material, and the contractor was not safe. Gleaner did not report it, They did not, and this is what I'm saying. We have poor journalism. You go out here, go to the other side and find out these people, whatever, why is it that they don't get their home?
Because Renz,
The year from morning and contractor is your
Renz, it wasn't about informing, it was about attacking the program.
Was same and them quoted as new social housing program when they were in fact indigent houses, and they went ahead and bungled issues with sewage. They still have nothing to do with the house, they get them house them are. I can't see why the house was mentioned. There was no reason to mention the house because it's not because of the house they are having backup sewage. It's because the community itself has a sewage issue. They did not ask, they did not speak to the member of parliament, they did not speak to the council, they did not speak to KSAMC to see what are you doing to solve the sewage issue within the community. No, the focus was on the house, which is not the new social housing program. It's an indigent home. They make sure they take a picture and show it or whatever. And if you don't read the article, none, your immediate thought was that, okay, you're building a house, them need people with sewage issue, and that was not true.
Good evening, brethren.
There was no reason to mention the house, whether it was they incorrectly labeled because the lady not get no new social house.
One quick question, guys. One quick question. Do you guys have any information about the Papa land? Because there was they used to do when Papas had no one, right? Somebody had no land at all. I mean, no living relatives, no next of kin, and they had a piece of land. There was a program in place where these people would go into an agreement with the government, and the government can look after them. And then when they pass off, because they have no next of kin, no family, nobody at all, the government take the land. Do you guys have any information on that?
No, I don't have any information on that.
I could check on it because last time I can get something. Protecting JA.
So my mama explained that part to me, and she said there was supposed to be a revision of that in the mid-2000s. So I think then people go back to, but that used to happen before. That used to happen before in Jamaica, where somebody just had a piece of land, had no one to look after them. They would let the government look after them until they die, and they keep the government your land. And that happened across both administration. So if you're not only come and go and let you know what happened, I that them a talk about, I that they don't want to chat about, yeah?
But what I want to speak though, too, what I want to speak
protecting JA.
Good evening, brethren and sisters. Let's upon ourselves, keep the discussion going. You see, what we have to understand, friends, girls said earlier, poor journalism. There's no poor journalism. There is just an orchestration of the conglomerate called the RGR Group, which include at 106, Lena, DDJ, RGR, and the orchestration bring down the JLP. That's what it's about. Okay? That's what it's about. And we have to understand, sir, there is no way we can defeat that until we understand the tactic that they are using. Natalie Edley is the opposition spokesperson. And local government, no local government. They understand the Local Governance Act. They know the Indigent Act. And the question that Peter just asked a while ago, I think some of those programs were subsumed under the new acts, the Indigent Act and all of them new acts that they have since the 2000s. And that's the reason why the parish councils take over indigent help to any indigent. Now, they know, but guess what? They also know that the people who listen to them don't know.
and don't care to know.
and don't care to know. So when they put things out there, look how simple this is. When you listen to a PMP, Marky G, feeling like a whistler, Marky G said this and Marky G said that. Is Mark holding the paragon of virtue in Jamaica? No. But when they speak, because Mark Golding says so, I saw it go. So Mark Golding said the Prime Minister have question to answer about his intent. There are allegations swirling around. Allegations are allegations. But the PMP them have evidence from them every time they do so. They're not interested in what the evidence is saying. Them just interested in bringing down Andrew Holness and the JLP because that is the mission. And sometimes we get carried away in our discussions without realizing the tactic that these people are using. No, it's in the story to Franklina. Sewage problem in a Mark constituency from before me born. From Omar in there before Omar Davis, but no. And these people can now live comfortable. No. They go take manual and say shit afloat through the yard. What? They are trying to create a problem where there is no problem. 411 asked a question for YouTube recently. Which scandal does the JLP have?
I've been asking that.
Can people in all honesty tell what scandal the JLP have? I did a video about 6-7 months ago about the RJR cleaner trying to cultivate, them are trying to manufacture scandals, and that's why you see them a dick pic for some silly little foolishness. And anything they put out there and stick, they run with it for a couple of weeks and rinse it till something else come around. And we have to understand the tactic. All of this way here are going, you know, a foolishness. They know also, the PMP know, the Prime Minister said it yesterday when he addressed it. The PMP knows that no money when USA ID, it is not given directly to any government. A MOU have to be signed and a program has to be developed. And I'm talking about the help that certain government agency get. I'm not talking about the LGBT sitting that the US and the USA ID give money to private interest groups for run these things. Private interest groups. Is private interest group a part of the government? No, the PMP know that too. But they don't care.
It is specifically named J flag as beneficial.
Right. They don't care. Because as long as they put enough crap out there to confuse people. And they know also they're banking on the past history of the JLP. When the JLP just sit down and the PMP say anything out there. And hope say people will have common sense enough to know say a foolishness. Not realizing the psychology of politics that teaches that if you repeat one thing over 30 times, it becomes true because that's the only thing somebody here say it forms the basis or the foundation on that topic for them. No, is it too late in the game for JLP push back now? Because everything that put out. But the good thing this time is that the JLP have evidence, clear against what the PMP has been saying to prove that it is a lie. I believe that the time is now. Yes, we say the JLP, G2K and the rest of them are roll out little things. Them take time to warm up and heat up now. Here about so one of them meeting soon. Yes, this is still a good time. If the Prime Minister plan for call election between May and July, it's still a good time. No wrong. But we need to understand the tactic. And trust me, I wish we did have time. Because when I'm trying, if you notice the news cycle and fast, this is one thing we are talking about today. Tomorrow, we can bet you say tomorrow Sunday citizens are pop up in Nigeria. And I saw them try to do it to keep up a certain pace where it will go hard for we keep pace with them. But you know what? We don't keep pace with them.
But that is
Because
why
tactics.
protecting Jamaica, I believe that we have enough people on all social media platforms whereby
Yes.
while you have people out there is out there challenging the line, you have to have person out there also speaking on what the government is doing and what they have already done. So I don't believe in running. Some of them arguments that to me is even non-existent. And as I said, people who believe them when them hear them, you can't help them, the people, and the people don't listen to me.
You see, when months ago, we do one video. I highlight. I follow my whole page, you know. Every week, you have one group or special interest group in a Jamaica meet with it. And I remember a couple of weeks before the pastor dropped down and said, here, for the upper box him now. My whole meet with the church group. And before no say, we identify him being a part of the church group.
Yeah, he was.
Look funny and I say, well on there. And a pastor box down this year. And when I decide to go do a video on it and I put it out there, I ask some people, I put the question out there, please verify for the people if this don't look like the man. And you know what the most disgusting thing? The church and its leaders, yes, we know that the church leaders, the Jamaica Council of Churches, have always supported the PMP. Because the PMP always have promised them some. So I don't know what PMP can promise the church. For the church turning back on Jamaica. And it is so disgusting to know that church people, they have seen it. They have seen the Jamaica Labour Party government stand up to America when they raise gay man flag up at the embassy. And Malawi Fort decides they must not stay up
Must
there.
not stay up there.
And the church have seen when the US embassy decides it's a Batman and the man they sent from Jamaica and the man couldn't come and the government stand up and decides it must not come here. We don't want no two men come in our country, come grow and no meeting and hug up and kiss up for mislead with people them because we not depend on that. Me sure the church see when Mark Paul in the whole people they on social media. Kiss him up.
Funny anniversary.
But the church don't care because it's what? As long as it's a farm part of their narrative. Yeah, but sitting on it for sustainable society, we have your church people in there. They don't care that you buy them out. I mean, ask the question. What did Mark promise you, Jamaica Council of Churches? Church people, we have to sit down in front of the pastor them. Why would they make them a fool, you know? What man selling seed? And I promise seed for NHT board. What man promise the church leader them? What did he promise them?
I'm going to send them to him, Pastor.
Protecting JA, you might, I don't know if you see, I made a video on that where I said that there are church groups that are formed, right, to move against the Jamaica Labour Party, especially the Prime Minister. There are media groups that are formed for the same purpose. There are social groups that are formed for the same purpose, and not to mention most political groups. Yes. They have to play upon the ignorance of the Jamaican people, which they have created many years ago. They want to maintain that ignorance. Yes? And if you know right now the strategy and the prudence of the Prime Minister, how he is going about formulating that strategy and to make the Jamaican people know that PNP and what the PNP is all about. Yes, the Prime Minister is doing that. And that is a campaign of the Prime Minister to campaign on the negativity and the mental situation of the Jamaican people, which the PNP have created by free handout. That's how the PNP go about
The
it.
Prime
It
Minister
should also
said,
be noted that when such man run out the Senate seat for promise, he asks to increase the number of Senate seats.
Yes, he wanted to see them increase.
So we can have more free handouts.
Okay. You see, any church people, they buy are listening on shock. I want them to understand. We see some pastor rise up in the country. First, the back in the church, And I think all Jamaicans did have to go to church when we born. And so we have that kind of foundation there in a Christianity. And I cannot understand. I have never seen it anywhere in a country before. At first, we see we have pastors will rise up in a Jamaica. Of course, Missy Mark Stewart, Peter Chambers, I pray for Andrew there. I never see that yet. But guess what? Because it bothered me so much when I saw it the first time, I decided that I was going to check. I mean, make some checks. And let me tell you something. You know what I find? Say, a mama alone did a clansman over punished dog. That was helping clansman. When clansman in a bribe money or whatever money they call it, extortion money, nobody can walk into the bank. Any one of us walk into the bank with 500,000, the bank asks where we get money from. When the church goes to the bank with $1 million, the bank wants it, no question. The church keeps 7 days a week and people get offering. And so the church have been laundering money for clansmen for decades. And with the clansman being dismantled and discombobulated, we just learned the word by the way. Right now, what is happening is the whole of the Upper Belly pastor them in a St. Catherine now make no money because to do they start that money can't get the bank to put in a church account and then take it out so that that man can get it to spend legitimately. I'm telling you something. There's a whole lot of different wars that happen in Jamaica now. Somebody said this morning said a whole heap of spiritual warfare. Warfare is in a high places that happen in Jamaica now. A whole heap of different anti-holiness and get linked from all angles because there are people in the society who rather when the society moves. Them live better, them survive better when the society moves. Them no want law and order in the society. And so that's why you have to see a whole heap of people are crawling out from the woodwork, left, right, and center, because the government. But I tell you, Jamaican people, if you are seeing with your own eyes that Jamaica is being transformed, but you are willing to allow the PNP if you tell us nothing now going, to someone going in Jamaica, about 5 new companies, Mark Holding and Peter Bunting starts in a US prosperity economy. But you don't hear about rerun. I find money say they know about. So if not now going, no Mark Holding and starts much company. I not now going. If not now going, I know the taxi man. We can't find seat to put passenger now. We don't realize here because what people are work. Why we have so much passenger and have search and beg and wait and son of bono to no foreign at the time? Because enough people are come from work, like back in the days down a free zone. When people like Sandgrave, bus never have seat to put people.
I
So
remember them days.
PNP mash up the economy. Right square one, with 10 taxi man around down 5 passenger. I want to mention of the taxi man. You see, I was looking at the road between Mandeville, just Mandeville and Spurtree alone. Anybody who happen to drive on the road between Mandeville and Spurtree, if you go down Spurtree Hill, just take a look at the amount of businesses that is set up on that stretch of road and tell me if taxi man now be
Not only that stretch of road, you know, straight. I give you 2 stretch of road that people need to pay attention. If you are leaving Kingston by a Spanish Town Road to enter Mandela Highway, look over to your right at that way. Over that right hand side in 2016 used to be a wet swampland. If you look over there now, it is a thriving industrial complex. Nestle, Tropical Battery, what the big factories over there. Look at Draxal. Look at that stretch of road just when you leave out at Orchard before you get to discover Discovery Bay, I think the first one there is. Look at that stretch of road. Ports Jamaica, Portal Tools, Knoxford Express, to name a few.
Chuck, I have experience driving on the road between Port Rios and Discovery Bay at 10 o'clock in the night.
Mhm.
And police are at every single stoplight in traffic. 10 o'clock in the night. You me tell you, you have a crawl, you have to crawl all the way from Port Rios down to Discovery Bay.
Yeah. Hold on the car. Winner. Go on, Carl. One and only winner already.
Yes, man. Good afternoon to your viewers and listeners. Yeah, man. Good discussion, man. Good discussion. But just to follow up on what Protected JA is saying, and I'm just wondering, bro, with this, and I don't know, we have 49 seats, right? And right now, we're supposed to be carrying some status in the country. Because you know, Chuck, previously, back in the 90s, coming up early 2000, if you're a supporter of the Labour Party, you're virtually have to hide.
You have to hide
in the discussion.
Yes,
Well,
man.
we are talking my experience. You understand? I don't know about next for your experience.
Yes, man. You have to hide.
You can't open it up. I remember 1997 election, right? I think that election will last. Labour Party only will win 8 seats.
Yes.
And the People's National Party will win 6 seats. Right? I remember prior to election, that was the election when that PJ Patterson talked about the flight, what he going to fly. I remember that election very, very vividly.
Yeah, man.
And I remember I was in a taxi. That time Melrose bypass of a cut yet. I was coming from Maypen. I would drive on the whole road going into Mandeville. And I was in a taxi and there was a discussion. You know, it was just weeks before the election. And I was in the taxi and I hear some people, some PMP supporters. But obviously, they were PMP supporters. And I was going to have some objection to the discussion. But there are a lot of things I never really interject because the driver, the person sitting on the front, and the two persons sitting on the side and the back, and I support the government. So probably if the interject can have some form of objection, then that's the tax and let me out. But yes, I would have said because the labor right so when we hear and this has been going around, and what we hear Protecting JAC a while ago about the churches, the Integrity Commission, the NIA, the Advocate Network, the JAM, Jamaican Interportal. I am wondering, and we have 49 seats, and it look when it look to me, it's like a we in the opposition. I don't know how it come across to you guys. You know?
But
Chuck, let me hear you on that, Chuck.
all right, let me say this. And you're right. When this is something that we speak on regular, is that up until recently, and I'm talking very recently, it wasn't popular for people to speak out, say them a labor. It was something for people hide. As me said, the PMP then put it in a song. So them have we under manners, heavy manners. I never joke them and that was something for true. But as I said, there's a difference, Carl, between perception and reality. If you follow, as you said, the gleaner and the people there, then you might, that's what they might try to lead you. But make no doubt, absolutely no doubt I have in my mind that the Jamaica Labour Party is in charge. And Andrew Michael Holness is our Prime Minister. It's not whether is, right? But as you say, I know that these people are working an agenda. I definitely know that. And my job here every day is to bring open the eyes of these people, make them know, say, listen to these people are working on agenda. And now it's not the time like in the 90s when people used to only get news from Lindos Road and North Street, so they could manipulate the narrative and keep people in the dark. Now we have a very powerful social media presence full of very knowledgeable people that are here every day and are doing our best. And we'll continue to do our best to get the news out there. Simple as that. So we in charge, man. Nobody follow the full perception. We say the perception of corruption versus the reality of corruption. The JLP is perceived to be corrupt, while in reality, the PMP are write the book on corruption.
Sure. You are a Jamaican first, right?
But by miles,
And you would have to call corruption where you see corruption.
anywhere
Whether it be on PhD or anywhere. Because if there's corruption, I have to admit. When I score the internet and I score our social media platform, there's not one corruption in the last 5 years.
Yes.
I can point back to say this was committed by the Jamaica Labour Party. The illicit six that PNP might mention is perceived as evidence that there has been fraudulent activity. And even in the very report, it says that majority, if not all of these reports, all of these investigations comes to naught. So we are proven corruption. As I said, there is perception of corruption. When you look at the PMP, we can see evidence of corruption. We can see where BOCA raided. We can see where Integrated Commission is investigated. And we can see WhatsApp messages, WhatsApp voice notes, right? We can see $300 million building being built and approved by Mayor of the Kingston St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. Corruption.
Yeah, but you see, Chuck, and one and only, you look at even the case with the Integrity Commission, right? This is Keisha Prince Kamika, the Director of Corruption Prosecution, recommended that there's no reason not to certify the Prime Minister's statutory declaration, right? Remember saying, if she are the one that is responsible, you know, to determine whether or not a person supposed to face prosecution or not. And her recommendation is that the Prime Minister statutory declaration is to be certified.
Mm-hmm.
So why was it said by the why was her input override and send a complete report to the Parliament stating that they need further investigation from the Tax Administration of Jamaica and the FID, the Financial Investigation Division of the FID.
Because we have a gentleman at the Integrity Commission who is not working with the rules that govern the Integrity Commission, but with his personal feeling. So he's saying, until I feel like when there is a list of criteria which you have to satisfy. And as far as I am concerned, as far as everybody else is concerned, the Prime Minister has met them all. But now he's saying until I am concerned. Right? But because as we say, Jamaica is still young, the Integrity Commission is still young. So there is some kinks in it that has to be worked out, and that is one of the kinks. Right? So, as I said, I have all the confidence in my Prime Minister because he has got to be the most scrutinized Prime Minister in the history of the entire Caribbean.
But look at it. Look at the level of double standard, right? Look at the level of double standard. The Integrity Commission Act, one of the clauses in the Integrity Commission Act is that if a person deemed that they are being unjustly treated, they have the provision to go through a judicial review, right? So why would the Prime Minister utilize the courts for his judicial review? It's a problem.
But it's
The
not
problem
one
that-
problem that because the Integrity Commission themselves have a problem with the Prime Minister taking them to court.
When the opposition,
The law that they abide by gives, as I said, any individual the ability to challenge a report or a finding from the Integrity Commission. And whatever the Integrity Commission writes, they try to inject the fact that the Prime Minister is challenging them in the court of law. Even when it can't fit into the scenario, they try to put it inside you. They were speaking about corruption in terms of expectation from the remind me the agency again, the overseas Transparency International.
Oh, yeah, Transparency
Talking
International.
about Transparency International and the expectation of the report to come soon. But yet you put in the Prime Minister in that report, how you reaching there?
Because the effort, the concerted effort by all of these groups, by the PMP, by the media, is everything that possible. Just put the Prime Minister in. I really have no. Remember, they sent a report to the Parliament that the Prime Minister was the subject of it. And in the same report, it said, yeah, even though the Prime Minister have no tie to this, but he's still the subject.
And it's over 100 times.
Yes.
So anybody that is reading that document will left with the Prime Minister in their head. They not left with nothing but the Prime Minister because concerted effort was made to mention his name over 100 times.
So we have to say, as protecting JA said before him exit, there's an effort. It is not just a single entity. It is all of them. And remember, let's not forget the words of Aluma Samba, who said, we form these groups, we call them civic group, but we make sure they are filled with PMP persons because they have an agenda, and now we see them agenda. But let's hear from Menasitan. That's how I pronounce the name. Many students.
Yeah. Remember that 90s, the kind of music where used to come out of the 90s?
Yes.
About the government and poverty and
Poor
the
people fed up.
government. And some of those same artists today come and support that same party, right?
Well, let me give you two examples of artists that has gone against the government. Early, a couple years ago, we had a very outspoken, what the rest name again? Shit, what the man name again? Why I can't remember my name?
Buju.
No, not Buju, man. Not Buju. Why you can't remember my name again, man? The Ras man.
I'm not Rebel.
No, not Rebel. New man, he just sing some song with him. The man when name a call up in the Klansman time. I act here. Yes. Remember, we have a very famous Ayaktian who was speaking everything about the government, about this and that. Then the next thing we hear is that Ayaktian, who used to be one who used to travel around with the Klansman, doing music and getting favors granted. We see Kiprich now turn up at a PMP conference. And then now we hear say him is wanted. A criminal organization will always attract other criminals.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And not only that, they were talking about government supporting
In other words, Joe.
What I that is, let me finish with minute. That's what I'm going to finish. That is what I'm going to finish. Go ahead, finish it.
about the homosexuals, right?
But let me answer that.
But yet still, the two biggest homosexuals, Dre Brian and Andre, I support them and I push them to win.
Let me give you evidence along those lines. First of all, it was Bruce Gold in that sense. Yeah, it was Bruce Gold in that sense, not in my cabinet. Yeah. It was Malahoo Fort who tell the US embassy that take down the gay flag. You can't fly it in a two country. It was this government that refused to give social accreditation to the gay lover of a U.S. ambassador. And we nearly went to war for it. Yes, and we refused that our laws are affecting them. So our track record of fighting against that is there. It was Portia similar when ARC agreed to look at the Muggery law to have it removed. Alisa Hannah, yes. So the track record is there. So we don't need to argue with them. The track record is there.
Jamaicans, them not believe what them see or them just believe what them hear. Them you see the facts, but you tell them something. I mean, notice the strategy with PMP. You know, them appeal to the emotions.
Yes.
I mean, I watch this clip and the lady, she talked so with so much emotion. She was like, "We are for the people," and I'm like, "But this is empty words. What do you mean you're for the people? What are you gonna do for the people?" And people were in the comment section like, "Yes, you know, I'll go along with it." And I'm like, you know, so them people are really crazy.
But most of them people in the comment section are PMP plans, you know. Yes, man. Them remember, you know, these PMP, you have to give them one thing. They are master manipulators. Yes, master manipulators. The PMP, I will say it here all the while, the PMP will convince a man with just eating dinner saying hungry.
Yeah.
A man will go in at the bank and just draw $10 million to him account. And the PMP will tell him, say, you know, say you broke all you have $10 million in your pocket.
Yes, them good at that.
Them good at that. They are good at that. That's how PMP work. Them teachers now in Jamaica are getting opportunities that no more to go overseas and teach, which is a good thing. But the PMP will tell us, say, why something wrong with that. That's how them work. And what you have to continue to repeat it and tell the people is that the PMP will never support anything that is good for the poor or for Jamaica itself. They don't like that. What them like now is when the Dan, that's why they support Dan manship. They like when the Dan, when the Tapanaris, them alone get rich. That's what them like. That's what them promote. So don't follow them and them pleading. Look who might go and carry back on stage with them one day. Skeng and the daughter, yes. In order to get back Daniel Williams' and team, that's what they have to do, get a seat. They never get a seat because they're a politician. Then get a seat because that is part of the condition of Skeng coming back in them corner. Because they cannot win an election without it.
Board position. Remember, last year, April, they had appointed Kingdom daughter to a government agency board. Let me tell you exactly the Road Traffic Appeal Tribunal board.
Yes.
Kingdom board as an April. I remember at the conference they came out and said, "Thanks Kingdom for his movement in Manchester." Now, all along, you know, with that said, "No man, this don't look right." Oh, she managed his position on the board. Now with Roe was promised a housing board position if he step aside nicely. Now we realize that they're giving out. And remember, when it comes on to government agency board, the opposition and the government recommend people to be appointed. Kendall Daughter was recommended by the opposition for the appeal tribunal board. Roe was promised a housing board position. So these things are
don't forget the Senate
done.
Don't forget the Senate seat.
Board membership because our father helped them in a Manchester local government local government election, the Road Traffic Appeal Tribunal. She's on that board.
Hmm.
He was appointed in April 24, 2 months after the local government election, when Skendan himself spent millions to ensure that them win Manchester municipality.
So you're right, friend. These board position and Senate appointments are used as PMN. So they are not putting people who are willing to serve, but they are used as PMN for support. I say when I tell it, when I repeat and I say the PMP write the book on corruption. I don't joke me because I lie me I tell them.
Well, we need to be digging up back people that have been cursed. Rose spoke about it in December. And then we look back and we say, hold on. November, when was their conference? September. When the Mitchell came out and make everybody know the Skendan make them win the election. And April, once after local government election, Skendan data was given a government board position. We need to point out them here as well.
Yes, but
So we nobody will tell me what is role qualification. Nobody hear what is role qualification.
He's the data boss.
Nobody know what is qualification. But you are willing to put him in a decision-making position for the country.
Right.
We need to
Right.
Isn't he an accountant?
The man couldn't pass the PMP integrity test.
No, we don't know because when Philippus asked about his qualification, he didn't answer. He speaks that he was the accountant for Renium Rerum or whatever it is. He did not disclose it. Did anybody hear him say what where you go school or anything like that?
No, I don't think those things came up. But as you said, yes, where he worked as an accountant, but as you said, we believe this position can be is used for payments. This position are used for payments for job well done.
I have a question, you see.
Right, sir.
I have a question that I want to ask.
Right, sir.
The question I want to ask, you see, because I kind of do a little research, but I can't come up with the right answer. Maybe my last another one. Can you name me some of the programs that the PNP has ever established that it has used the public funds, the people's taxpayers' money to fund directly? A program created by the PNP that then use taxpayers' money to fund directly. And we can say, all right, that was done directly with the people's money under a PNP government.
Let me give you a couple of them. I don't know me like to speak honestly at the PNP. Operation Pride was one such program. We know the result. Next Serve was one such program. We know the result. Well, let me give you the others. And them there. Them there. Let me
just say something real quick and then we jump the box.
Right.
I've analyzed that PMP voters vote on what them hear.
Yes.
Them not see nothing what they hear. And Labour voters vote on what they see. So they vote that way. That's what I've analyzed.
And that is so true.
Yes, hence why they use their mouth a lot and say all kind of stuff.
Well,
that's what I've analyzed.
Betty Black, why? That's a better question they're asking. Well, there's no successful one.
Was there any successful or sustainable any sustainable program under the PNP administration that them use taxpayers' money to do directly without the intervention of other bodies or other entities.
Our donations from overseas.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Like, what is happening under Andrew-led administration now, where he's using taxpayers' money sustainably to do so many developments in the country.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't. Let me give winner. You can't think of any. I asked a question yesterday. I asked a question similar to that yesterday. That is when I asked somebody to point to me one school, one hospital, and one road that the PNP would have constructed in the 18 years with taxpayers' money. One road, one school, and one hospital. And I'm not talking about with loans or with money. I'm with taxpayers' money.
We're on the same
page. Right. Taxpayers' money. They're gonna come and tell us, we built Highway 2000, but Highway 2000 was French money invested in Jamaica. So that's not taxpayers' money. Then we tell you about a couple of schools that two of them built over Portmore, but those were schools built by churches, not the government of Jamaica. Right? I want them to give me a school and road. Yeah.
Recently, when you say build 17 secondary schools, how am I talking about?
Let me tell you about PG and 17 secondary schools. There was a program by the European Union. They gave Jamaica 50 million US dollars to construct. I don't remember the amount of school, but I need to research and find out the name of that program. The money was come to Jamaica, and when it was time to review the program, them couldn't find the schools that should have been constructed. Yeah, 50 million US dollars. The money was collected, but it disappeared. Again, that is PNP for you. Right? So when remember, I know, there was earlier, back when we had time to argue with Comrade, I was on a platform with one man named Paul. And when he said PJ build 60 schools, I said name them. He said, they don't put the name on the list, they only put 50 schools. Right? That is what he said. He said, they don't put the name on the list, they only put 50 schools. So they give people these talking points to run out in a public and repeat. So luckily, presently you have people like me and Winner and whole heap of others, Mario Straight, who can stand up and tell themselves, prove it. Yes, tell them to prove it. The PNP cannot point to a school or a road that they would have constructed using taxpayers' money. No. When it comes to taxpayers' money, I tell you, say, listen to Omaro. Now Omaro agree on one thing, that the PNP use taxpayers' money to fund the elites in this country, to borrow money from them and pay them back at very high interest rate. That is why in 2009, when we go to the IMF, and the IMF came and looked at our books, the IMF said that 75% of the national debt was held by locals. I remember coming out of the 90s, we lost about 90% of our financial institutions. Which Jamaicans held 75% of the national debt? That is where we have to look and analyze which Jamaicans held that much of our national. Right?
And may I interject another thing again, right here, so. The PNP, right, in their tenure, every year they establishes taxes on the people, right? And they would have increased some tax and they would have imposed other taxes.
Yes,
To
increase
every
and
time that the PNP impose a new tax, they give a specific that the tax is going to do what the tax is directed to, what it is for. For example, the other day when this Rasta guy there over there, so Damien Clark for the party, right? When he said he's going to increase the GCT, he said he's going to use it to fund education, right?
yes.
Likewise, Ethan Campbell recently again said when he increased taxes on imported food items, he also directed to the farmer to fund agriculture. Now, if you backtrack a bit, right, in the PNP tenor, has they ever used the tax for what they said it was meant for? Because what has happened in their time, the taxes that them impose never go to the program that them said it was meant for. Instead, it went into a fund. And then from the fund now into their pockets. That's how the PNP run the country.
Let us go back strength and think of. Let me go on one, let me show you. Everybody can remember. Give me a second. When we done this, so let me come here. In 1999, the government at the day, the PNP, imposed a $20 cess on gas, gas tax, that they say would be used to fix roads.
So me love reason we do know.
And that is why the promise was made that because of this tax, Jamaica would be pothole free by 2003. Be sure everybody remember that promise. Because of this tax where they put, Jamaica would be pothole free by 2003. Yes, that was a promise made because of that tax. Now, guarantee that the Jamaican people rise up and riot and PGA came up and rolled back the tax. And they rolled it back 1 month, and 2 months after that, twice the amount was imposed on gas, $1 at a time. But by 2003, the Jamaicans road were in the worst condition it has ever seen. So not $1 of that gas tax ever made it to fix one pothole in a Jamaica. So strength, you are 100% correct in that none of these taxes that they would have implemented for special reasons. The GCT, the General Consumption Tax. But that is why Bruce said, yes, the General Consumption Tax, for those of you who can remember, was implemented in an effort to remove income tax.
Recommendation from Mark Gold, the team.
Yes, they're going to implement a general consumption tax, and that will in turn, they're going to remove income tax because guess what? They say more people spend now where we work. So if we tax the spending, we'll get more. And they say we're going to start the GCT at 10%, and as we bring up the GCT, we'll bring down the income tax until they wipe out each other. The GCT went up, and the income tax was never moved. So therefore, the people of Jamaica was taxed twice. When you collect your pay and when you spend it, right? So you're right, strength. Every time they implement a specialized tax, it disappears into somebody's pocket.
explain a tax, how wicked the PMP has been in terms of taxes.
Right.
So when you get your salary, it's tax, PAYE. When you put it into the bank, it is tax. Again, when you remove it,